Good morning. This is the February 16th, 2016 meeting of the Board of Supervisors for Tuolumne County. Please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance, and please remain standing after the Pledge of Allegiance for a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And for a moment of silence for Peggy Mosley, Supervisor Gray.
Yes, I'm going to have to sit down here for the mic. Peggy was a really wonderful person for the community of Groveland. She was energetic. She was always willing to help, and she's really going to be sorely missed. So please join me in that moment of silence. Thank you.
Next on the agenda is oral communications. Anyone on the member of the community can come up and speak on any subject not on the agenda, and we can take no action on anything that's said. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman, board members, Mr. Pedro, Ms. Carrillo, Ms. Jamar, I'm Charlotte Haig. Until a few minutes ago, I didn't know I was doing this, but Jim O'Neill had planned to be here to make an announcement that the Black Irish Band featuring Dave Rainwater is donating a concert on the 27th of February to raise funds for our mural in Jamestown. And the mural, I don't know if you can see this, the mural, it's little vignettes of the history of Jamestown, has a little hand pointing to Railtown to again emphasize our connection with Railtown. So we would like to invite you, if during a break you would like to buy tickets, I have them. So thank you very much.
And you want to say the time and day?
Well, I said the date. Saturday the 27th, and it's changed a few times. It's 6 to 9.
Okay. And it is at the Sonora Opera Hall,
You
correct?
are so good. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. I'm Frank Smart. I'm here to speak about an item that's not on the agenda. It's always a pleasure to be here, and it's been quite a while since I've been here, but I always enjoy my visits up here. Today I want to invite the supervisors, county staff, and everyone from the county to attend a very special event. On Friday, March 25th, Chapter 391 of the Vietnam Veterans of America will celebrate a state commemorative day with a Welcome Home Vietnam Veterans Day event at the Black Oak Casino Hotel Resort. On this occasion, we celebrate our history, our future, and our legacy of that terrible time in American history. Young men and women went off to war in a far-off place that few had ever heard of and to fight a war that none of us understood. We suffered, as all people do in war. Our allies suffered, our nation suffered, and the Vietnamese people suffered. Now, time has healed many of those wounds, although many still suffer. The theme this year will be to honor those who help veterans heal. I will have speakers from the California Department of Veterans Affairs. I have the California Association of Veteran Service Officers there. Also at that event, former Supervisor Richard Plan, a Korean War veteran of the Marine Corps, and former Senior Representative Elizabeth Beth Barnes will be awarded honorary life memberships in the Vietnam Veterans of America. They're being recognized for their long service to all generations, not just our generation. We will also present a special plaque to the Tuolumne County Veterans Service Office for 70 years of service to our nation's veterans. This event will sequence several speakers, there's food. The event starts at 6 at the Casino Hotel, $10 a person, and we look forward to seeing all of you there at that event. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Any other public comment?
Good Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Supervisors. Matt Reed from Congressman McClintock's office. Just here to thank you for the public forum to hear from your constituents and announce that today I will be hosting office hours. Should any constituents have any questions about navigating federal agencies or questions about federal policy, my office hours will be held today from 10 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. in Supervisor Rotifer's office here on the 4th floor. Thank you again.
Thank you. Okay, any other public comment? Seeing none, we'll move to the consent calendar. Will the clerk of the board please read the consent calendar?
Minutes of the meeting held on January 28th, 29th, and February 2nd, 2016. Approving the out-of-state travel for Supervisor Rotifer to attend the National Association of Counties Western Interstate Conference in Jackson Hole, Wyoming, May 25th through the 27th, 2016. Approving the registered veterinary tech class specification assignment of wage range and bargaining unit. Approving the establishment of wage range and bargaining unit assignment for the behavioral health peers specialist 1-2. Approving the pay range and bargaining unit assignment for the senior accountant auditor's office range classification. Adopting a resolution for the employee paid member contribution and full pay and report value for tier 1 2% at 55. That'd be awesome. Healthcare unit employees. Adopting a resolution for paid employer paid member contributions of full pay and reporting value for tier 1 2% at 55. General, roads, and skilled trade unit employees. Approving correspondence thanking the governor for the state support on the National Disaster Resiliency Competition application. Approving a memorandum of understanding with the Tuolumne Band of Miwok Indians for the provisions of the Tribal Temporary Assistance for Needy Family Services. Adopting a resolution accepting the state responsibility area fire prevention grant for dying trees removal in the amount of $95,700. Approving the appointment of Carl Danbacker to the Board of Supervisors Airport Committee as a Columbia Airport resident, and approving the reappointment of Dorothy Wayno to the Carter Cemetery District.
Okay, does any supervisor want to pull an item? I am going to pull item number 2 completely off the agenda. We'll address that in the first meeting in March. And any public comment on the remaining agenda items? Seeing none, call it back to the board for a motion.
Second.
Okay, Supervisor Royce moved, Brennan seconded. I'll call the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Passed unanimously, 5-0. Before we get to item 13, 14, and 15, I'm going to take some liberties and make some general comments on these next 3 presentations. We are here today to recognize the retirement and more importantly, the long and distinguished service of 3 of our law enforcement professionals. This career field is not an easy one, and it's one that most of us would not choose to undertake. It is fraught with a lot of stress, and not just for the officers involved, but also for their families, which increases the stress for their officers involved as well. I think it's very fitting that we recognize these people especially, but I want to also say that this is a recognition of the professionalism of our entire Sheriff's Department, and that this county appreciates and this board appreciates very much and very well what every man and woman in that department does for us and for our community to keep us safe every single day. That's Saturday and Sunday too. So with that, the way we're going to do this is I'm going to ask the sheriff to read each of the individual citations. We're going to make a separate motion on each one. I think that's fitting, considering the service that these people have put in. So we're going to do them one by one. The sheriff's going to read the citation, and I'm going to present the award. So go ahead with item number 13, please.
Consideration of approving a certificate of recognition for Sheriff Sergeant Roland D. Martini on the occasion of his retirement.
Okay, before you do this, Sheriff, we need to approve the resolution. So I'll ask for public comment. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for a motion.
I'll move approval.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Supervisor Hanvelt and a second by Supervisor Gray for approval. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstain? It passes 5-0.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It appears that Demar's not here. But we'll do it anyways. I do appreciate your comments and your remarks, and I'll at the end I'll speak to those. This Board of Supervisors recognizes Sergeant Roland D. Martini for his service to the citizens of Tuolumne County. Sergeant Roland D. Martini began his law enforcement career in 1984, but prior to that was a cadet with the Tuolumne County Sheriff's Officer. DMAR, as he is kindly referred to, started with the Tuolumne County Sheriff's Office as a jail deputy under Sheriff Wally Berry. In 1984, DMAR became a patrol deputy with the office, and in 1988 became a field training officer. Deputy DeMartini was the canine handler to canine deputy Fritz until Fritz's retirement from the force in 1999. In 2000, Deputy DeMartini was promoted to investigator in the High-Tech Crimes Task Force, even working with the Stanislaus County Sheriff's Office on their task force. In 2003, Investigator DeMartini was promoted to sergeant. As a sergeant, he oversaw the OSVOH vehicle or V program, which is the snow and off-road vehicle program, and supervised 2 rotations with the boat patrol. In 2013, Sergeant DeMartini came back to patrol to finish out his career. DeMar has always been a cornerstone in the sheriff's office. His 31 tenure is a testament to his passion for his job, a job that he did well. We are sorry to see Sergeant DeMartini go, but wish him the very best in his retirement from a long and outstanding career. Now, the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors does hereby join the Tuolumne County Sheriff's Office in extending its heartfelt thanks and appreciation to Roland DeMartini for his 31-plus years of dedicated service to the residents of Tuolumne County on the occasion of his retirement on December 30th, 2015, and wishes him good fortune in all his future endeavors. Dated February 16th, 2016, signed by the Chair, Board of Supervisors. So, thank you. I do want to say, DMAR, as we call him, I think that probably the majority of us have either were his trainee. I know Lieutenant Ruckman was his trainee. Is that correct? I was. Who else? The undersheriff, AJ. So a lot of us. And DMAR loved this agency, but more importantly, he did love this community. He was born and raised here, and he loves this community. And so it is fitting that we recognize him this day.
Okay. Could the clerk of the board please read item 14?
Consideration of approving a certificate of recognition for Sheriff Sergeant John Jones on the occasion of his retirement.
Any public comment on the certificate? If not, I'll bring it back to the board for a motion.
I'll move approval.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? All righty then. Is John here?
JP is here. This is J.P. Jones. I guess your birth given name was John.
Yes.
So.
But.
Go ahead. This is your dig. But.
No, but I'm called JP. So
there we go. Thank you. Okay. I just want to make sure that was right. All right. No, I hope not. JP had a very interesting career in law enforcement. This Board of Supervisors recognizes John J.P. Jones for his years of service to the citizens of Tuolumne County. Sergeant John J.P. Jones began his career with the Tuolumne County Sheriff's Office in 1993. He started as a jail deputy under Sheriff Richard Netting. In 1995, J.P. was promoted to training officer, and in 1996 was promoted to sergeant. 2004, J.P. Jones was promoted to a position of jail commander, who retained this position for 6 years through 2010. And I will say that due to budget constraints, that position was dissolved, and that's why it was only through that time. Sergeant J.P. Jones has overseen every aspect of the Tuolumne County Jail. He has been supervisor to most every employee at one time or another. His collateral duties are innumerable and included writing most of the policy and procedures and jail training program, which he oversees to this day. He is actively involved in the fully rounded training of jail recruits and jail deputies. His involvement in training helps to mold the jail into a well-running machine. Although JP has had a full career with the Tuolumne County Sheriff's Office, he also put in many years with the California Highway Patrol. JP started with the CHP in 1969. That's the same year that my father graduated from the Los Angeles Police Academy. Just saying. Just saying. That was, from what my dad says, that was a good time to be in police work in Los Angeles. He was a patrol deputy, then promoted to motorcycle patrol. He retired from the CHP in 1978, at which time he moved to Tuolumne County to our great benefit. JP has been an integral cog in the Sheriff's Office for his 32-year tenure in law enforcement is a testimony to his passion for his job, a job that he did well. We are sorry to see Sergeant J.P. Jones go, but wish him the very best in his retirement from a long and outstanding career. Now, the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors does hereby join the Tuolumne County Sheriff's Office in extending its heartfelt thanks and appreciation to John J.P. Jones for his 32-plus years of dedicated service to the residents of Tuolumne County on the occasion of his retirement on January 22nd, 2016, and wishes him good fortune in all of his future endeavors. Dated February 16th, 2016, signed by the board chair.
I just want to say in 1969, I started my sophomore year in college. So this guy's been doing it for a really long time.
Try to do better than at our going away party at the jail when nobody had a dry eye. I want to thank Sheriff, Under Sheriff, Lieutenant Ruckman, everybody involved with the Sheriff's Patrol. And I want to thank everyone from the jail, from Tamara McCaig, who I trained, Eric Roberts, who's been my friend since the day I started there, Sergeant Griswold, who's been a good friend, and everybody else that's worked in the jail. I've enjoyed working with all of you. I will definitely miss the personnel that works there, because I think we have the finest group of people that you can find. And Tuolumne County Jail and the Sheriff's Department is the finest in the state. Thank you.
So before he goes, your wife's here. I know she is here.
Yes.
So why don't we have her? I know she's not, doesn't probably want to stand, but we're going to ask her to stand.
Hey. Hey.
51 years of marriage.
Yep.
So there's this, that's awesome. There's a statistic that in law enforcement, 1 out of 3 within the first 5 years of their job are going to be divorced. And 51 years is a testament of working at things. So we can all learn something from JP. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so will the clerk read item 15?
Consideration of approving a certificate of recognition for Sheriff's Deputy Will Healy on the occasion of his retirement.
Okay, before I ask for public comment, and I'm going to make the sheriff stand there for a little bit. I neglected to offer the floor for comments from my fellow board members, so I will do that at this time. If anyone wishes to make comments on these three gentlemen.
Opportunity. Look, you said everything pretty much. Seeing three people retire with such extensive service shows the dedication and commitment of these people, but it shows also the quality of the people we have in the sheriff's department and our law enforcement. And I want to congratulate all three of them on retirement. And big shoes to step into for other people. But we wish you well. You've all earned your retirement well, and we thank you for your dedicated service.
Yes, I don't know what we would do without law enforcement. I mean, just think about it. Do we have anarchy, crime run rampant? I don't know. But I do know that Tuolumne County, I feel it's a safe place, and it's a safe place because of everything that our law enforcement officers and the law enforcement community do. JP, enjoy those great granddaughters, huh?
Supervisor Brennan.
And I, too, want to add my thanks, and I just really want to recognize that the longevity of these officers and their commitment to Tuolumne County is really a testament to the family and the culture that is at our sheriff's office. And I think it is a remarkable statement. And, again, thank you on behalf of our entire community.
Okay. Will the clerk please read item 15?
Consideration of approving a certificate
you
of
did.
recognition for Sheriff Deputy Will Healy on the occasion of his retirement.
Okay. So now public comment. I'll get it right here soon. Public comment? None? Okay, Sheriff, you're up.
Okay.
I move to approve.
Okay, got a motion by Supervisor Brennan. I guess I'm not going to get it right yet. And a second by Supervisor Royce. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstained? Passes 5-0. Now, Sheriff, you're up.
Okay, thank you. So this is a certificate of recognition by this board commending William Healy. And I was told that he is in court doing a trial. So even though he's retired, he's still working. So this Board of Supervisors recognizes Corporal William Healy. William Healy, or what we'll call him Will, began his career with the Tuolumne County Sheriff's Office in 1999. He was hired under Sheriff Richard Rogers. He started with the office as a patrol deputy and by 2001 was promoted to corporal. Before Will came to the Sheriff's Office, he was a police officer with Sonora PD for over 14 years. He was in patrol at the time he served as a ranged instructor. Will began his career with Tulare County and also did a stint at the Marshal's Office with Trinity County. Deputy Healy has had many assignments, including the most recent court bailiff. He has been a part of the team of the Sheriff's Office for many years and will be sorely missed. His long law enforcement career has spanned nearly 32 years, an impressive and noteworthy achievement. We are sorry to see Deputy Healy go, but wish him the very best in his retirement from a long and outstanding career. Now, the County Board of Supervisors, now the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors does hereby join the Tuolumne County Sheriff's Office in extending its heartfelt thanks and appreciation to William Healy for his 32 years of dedicated service to the residents of Tuolumne County on the occasion of his retirement on December 18th, 2015, and wishes him good fortune in all his future endeavors, dated February 16th, signed by the Chair of the Board of Supervisors.
I need to talk to you about your leadership skills. You got a guy that's retiring and he's working. There's a problem.
You're absolutely right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And congratulations to our three retirees, but also a heartfelt thanks to the entire Sheriff's Department.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. But before we move off, since I do have the microphone, I'm sorry, and I know that you're in charge, but I do want to apologize. But tonight at the Sonora Veterans Memorial, or across the street in Sonora here, the American Legion will be honoring law enforcement. And tonight, Robbie Spears is the representative of the Tuolumne County Sheriff's Office who will be receiving that award. And so this organization recognizes the District Attorney's Office, the courts, the police department, fire, the prison, all of our partners in law enforcement. And you know, this past week nationally, it's been a very difficult week in law enforcement. I think the last count there was 7 either deputies or officers were killed at the hands of somebody else. And it is because of community, the small communities, that law enforcement succeeds. And it is because of the American Legion. It is because of those community endeavors that even though that it may not be a conversation at a higher level in Washington, D.C., or even at the state, it is here at the local level. And I can't thank you enough for recognizing our 3 retirees, but I also can't thank enough the American Legion and all the other service groups that recognize the men and women that protect these communities across the nation. So thank you so much. Thank you for what you do, and thank you for the support that you give us each and every day. So thank you.
Okay.
Well said.
Very well said, Sheriff. Item 16.
Consideration of approving an reappointment to the Oak Grove Cemetery District, and there's 3 vacancies.
You got your mic? Got your mic on?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to do this all in one motion. I would move that we reappoint Peggy Andrews, reappoint Mark Thornton, and appoint Wayne Steyer to the Oak Grove Cemetery District Board.
I'll
Okay.
second that.
Okay, I have a motion by Supervisor Gray and a second by Supervisor Hanvelt. Is there any public comment? Any board comment? Okay, I'll call for the question, and all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstained? 5-0.
Handbill.
Yes, I'm sorry. Item 17.
Consideration of authorizing the district attorney to apply for a California Office of Emergency Services unserved and underserved victim, witness, and outreach program grant.
District Attorney.
Good morning, Chairman Rotifer, board members, Mr. Pedro, Ms. Carrillo. Thank you for allowing us to present this. Last month, as many of you know, Cal OES issued several announcements regarding grants available from the Federal Victims of Crime Act. A few of you were gracious enough to forward those announcements to our office, and we were actively already working on an application. When we receive potential grant applications, there's 2 main priorities I first look at. Number 1 is, how long does this grant go for, and is it a program that if we are able to receive the funding that we can sustain for the long term, because that's always important, that if we start a program, we can sustain it for the community. Number 2, we also look at in the areas of where we can make the greatest impact and where the greatest need is at the time. So this year, in reviewing the different grants from Cal OES, we are excited about the possibility of applying for and receiving the underserved victim advocacy and outreach grant. That grant is a 5-year grant. The amount of federal funding we would receive is $218,750. It's the total grant package over 5 years. We'd get that money every year. It would require us to match it at $43,750 a year. I have a plan for that match, and one of that is in this last year's fiscal year, we have savings enough to pay already for 2 years of that grant match. And I'm expecting to have further savings in this upcoming next year. So already out of the 5 years, I believe we can cover the first 3. Another area I'm working on is collaborating with other partners, law enforcement, social services, et cetera, and looking at improving services and programs. The first thing about the underserved, unserved population is that the grant requires you to pick a crime department or a target population. And we believe that, and what we are applying for is an elder abuse population. In the last 3 years, our active prosecutions in the district attorney's office on elder abuse crimes have increased 59%. As this board's aware, we have an aging population in our county, and what this grant would allow us to do is increase, it's a victim-centered grant, so we would increase our outreach and services to elder abuse victims. This is not a grant for investigation and prosecution of elder abuse cases. That was a grant we had several years ago that went away in 2009 when a lot of the grants did go away. We have sustained an active, dedicated investigator to elder abuse crimes, and the assistant district attorney is statewide known as an elder abuse prosecutor and actually teaches at the California District Attorneys Association in elder abuse. So that's a program we have sustained. But this particular grant, what we are wanting to do is increase our victim outreach, and we would do that by hiring another victim witness advocate. I'm here with my supervisor, victim witness Ginger Martin, and she and the other two advocates in our office provided direct services to over 700 crime victims last year, and that's just 3 very dedicated ladies in my office. With this grant, we would be able to hire an advocate that just was assigned for elder abuse victims, and with that, it's our goal that through community outreach and education, we can move to do prevention. Many times we're focused on prosecution and investigation of elder abuse, and we don't have the resources to be out doing the community education that we would like to be doing. And so with this grant, one of the things we would be doing is hiring a full-time advocate that just dealt with elder abuse victims and education community outreach. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that the board might have. I've also brought, again, Ginger Martin, who worked endlessly to put this grant together and is very knowledgeable in the area. And we're asking the board to approve signature delegation for this grant.
Okay. Any questions of staff by the board?
Just a comment.
Okay.
You know, this the point that you made about our aging community, it's real. Recently dealing with some issues with an elderly relative, you really see a need. You really see if they don't have somebody to take care of them, we have more problems. So I'm certainly supportive of the application.
Thank you.
Supervisor Brennan?
And I agree with that, and really applaud your effort to find a long-term sustainable opportunity, because I think that's really important. I was wondering, you mentioned that you've seen a 59% increase in these crimes. Can you put a number to that? What does that represent? How many individuals?
We do. We had it broken down into, and I think we brought those stats with us. We had that broken down over the last 3 years. Do you remember what page that's on? Okay. So we worked with, for instance, open active cases in 2013 on, and these are just elder abuse prosecutions. This doesn't capture, and I have these numbers for instance, APS referrals, et cetera. But our open active DA prosecution cases in 2013 were 51, and then in 2014 were 62, and in 2015 we had 81 open active cases. The referrals to APS went from 336 in 2013 to 405 in 2015. And so those were stats that were given to us by social services. So we're hoping, for instance, that we can, and these are open cases. We receive more referrals oftentimes that for whatever reason possibly and this is a sad reality of it, sometimes as these cases are being investigated, the victim passes away. And oftentimes that stops the investigation. So that's another thing we're concerned about, is making sure that we can increase our speed and response to victims and provide transportation for them to and from court, make sure that they're getting the appointments that they need, et cetera. And again, in sort of some of the areas of our county that are remote, transportation and reporting is a true challenge for some elder abuse victims, just in the fact that they can't get down to our office or the sheriff's department and oftentimes it takes a family member who may live out of town to finally realize there's a problem before the reporting occurs. And so that's another area that we plan on using, if we're lucky enough to receive this grant, improving transportation and things of that nature as well.
Thank you. I certainly support this.
Okay, any public comment?
I'm sorry, I just do want to say that as a sheriff's office, we do support this. We think it's wonderful that the district attorney would try to find alternative ways to go out and to reach to these victims. It's very difficult to have deputies try to investigate and also try to be advocate. And the district attorney's victim witness division does a wonderful job of advocating for the victims. There's a great conduit between law enforcement and the district attorney's office. So we are completely in support of that and grateful for the leadership of District Attorney Krieg.
Any other public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board, and certainly I'm just, before I call for a motion and a vote, I'd just like to add my support. I think that any kind of abuse, and especially elder abuse, that's often abuse in one of the most vulnerable parts of our community. So I'm fully in support of this. So having said that, any other comments?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
First of all, thank you, like everybody else. A very important thing. Those numbers are a little frightening. And what's more frightening to me is, based on what you just said, I expect there's a large number of cases that aren't reported. We all need to be vigilant about this kind of thing. It's just too important. So thank you very much, and I'll move in favor of approving.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion by Supervisor Handbell, a second by Supervisor Gray. If there's no further comments, I'll call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstained? It is passed unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And just to sort of echo the sheriff's comments, and thank you to the sheriff for his support. Also, the American Legion is recognizing law enforcement this evening, and just to sort of bring home the point, oftentimes we have an attorney that's nominated as a prosecutor of the year. But this year, I did nominate Christine Miller, one of our victim witness advocates, who has worked endlessly to bring victims of crime services and funding and support. And I think that victim witness are unsung heroes that oftentimes are behind the scenes, and we certainly couldn't do our jobs without them. And so we'll be recognizing one of our advocates tonight at the American Legion.
Thank you very much. Okay, item 18.
Consideration of approving the Roca Park Master Plan.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Over the past several months, a group of individuals committed to constantly improving the community of Jamestown has been meeting over potential improvements to the county-owned Roca Park in the center of Jamestown. Of course, input has been included all the way along with Supervisor Rodefer and Deputy CIO Maureen Frank. The committee's goals and objectives of their master plan are outlined in your staff memo. I would just highlight that as far as next steps, what the committee is seeking today is your board to approve the master plan, and with the board approval in hand, the committee would work with county staff to develop a phased implementation of this overall project. So today we have the chairman of the committee, Charlotte Haig, here, but also a member of the committee and the designer of the master plan, Brian Kermian. I believe Brian's going to come up and give your board some highlights.
We don't have much time here, primarily here to answer any questions that you might have. During the last year and a half, the committee met many times. That included included one public meeting.
Yeah, we need you to speak in the mic, so
I'm
we're being
sorry.
recorded. You're live.
The committee met over the last year and a half, and that included one public meeting a little over a year ago. No major issues came up. The primary objectives and the reason for coming today for approval was the introduction of a new element in the park, a historic blacksmith shop that's being donated possibly to Jamestown to relocate there. Some of the other challenges of the park and the process were to improve safety. The park contains the primary public toilet for Jamestown, and it's used by a number of homeless people and whatnot. It's immediately adjacent to the children's play area. There's some issues with lighting, etc. So the plan itself addresses safety as well as locating that new element in the park. There's also problems in the park with accessibility. There's essentially three levels. The rear parking area on the Highway 108 side is about 6-7 feet lower than the front of the park. And the play area is kind of in between. So there are three levels. There are stairs between them. And so the design provides an accessible route, less than 5%, that enables efficient pedestrian circulation. There are no ramps or railings because we were able to keep it below 5%. So I'll conclude my comments and answer any questions if there are.
Since it is my district, I'm going to exercise a little liberty. I'm going to go ahead and make some comments. This isn't a project, okay? This is a continuation of a series of projects that the Jamestown community has been actively pursuing, and it all kind of folds into a master plan that they've had for a number of years. That includes the Walk of Fame, the mural that we already talked about in, I believe it was open session. In public comments, and a new gazebo that they put in last year. The Walk of Fame kiosk dedication. So this is really a continuation. It is a project of its own, but it's a continuation of a series of projects that all fold in together. The park is a focal point for the community of Jamestown. A lot of their community activities either occur there or are centered around the park. It really is a critical community resource. And the community has done this not wholly, but very largely with their own resources and their own time and effort. And this committee is a great example of that, and I want to thank them for all of that they do day in and day out and have been doing for years. The blacksmith shop donation is a very interesting aspect of it. That'll add quite a bit to the park, as did the Jamestown jail when it was relocated. So this is, again, just a continuation and a litany of things that the community is trying to do to improve their way of life in Jamestown, and I want to thank them for it. So with that, I'll ask if the board has any questions.
I'd like to just comment, much like you did, Mr. Chairman. I applaud the Jamestown community for, if you will, dedicating themselves to the improvement of the community and the experience of visiting Jamestown. It's a real treat to go there, and you guys work really hard at it, and I applaud you for that.
Any other comments by the board? Public comment? I'll bring it back, and since it is my district, even though I'm the chair, I'll make a motion to approve the project.
Second.
Okay, motion by Chairman Rotifer, second by Supervisor Gray. Any other comments? If not, I'll call the question. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? And abstained. Approved, 5-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I would like to add that it was a real pleasure to get to know Maureen Franks, and her staff, Ed Hogue, and Duke York was very involved in the process. Just very impressed with their dedication, and as well as the committee chair, Charlotte, and the others there. Thank you.
Yeah, I certainly didn't want to slight the staff's efforts. The community has done a lot of it, but the staff has worked very hard on all of those projects as well. Okay, number 19.
Consideration of approving a placement of a memorial on the grounds at Tuolumne Veterans Memorial Hall that will be dedicated to honoring the victims of 9/11 and the men and women who served in the war in Iraq and Afghanistan.
To the board, my name is Aaron Rasmussen. I'm the commander of VFW Post 4748 in Tuolumne. I thank you for this time and this opportunity to speak with you today. As a Iraqi veteran myself, 12 years in the service, it's a great honor to present this proposal to use this land to honor our nation and our service members. And at this time, I'd like to hand it over to our committee memorial expert, Frank Smart. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. This young man graduated from Somerville High School and was in the military before he ever graduated, and then spent a year in Iraq. He came home, started a family, went back to school, trying to start a career, and he wanted to serve more, and so he went into the VFW, and now is the commander. He holds a state position, and one day will hold a national position with the VFW. So he's a server still, even after all these years. So him and I were having lunch one day, and the subject come up about a memorial. I said, well, I've been wanting to do an Iraq-Afghanistan memorial for years. No one wanted to jump on board with me, so he said, well, I want to do one including 9/11. I said, this is it. The committee has been formed, and we're moving forward. Craig has been great and helping us out. He put a picture up here for us. The 3 black stones will be the memorial. This sidewalk right here will be commemorative bricks. That's how we will pay for it. We estimate this to be maybe $30,000 to $40,000. Aaron and I are promoting this as a community event venue, if you will. Think of a color guard walking up that aisle up that commemorative brick walkway to perform Memorial or Veterans Day services or Flag Day services. Also, look at it as a father and the bride walking up there to get married. It's in a place where it can have events. It will be wired for sound. It will be wired for lighting. It'll be wired for security cameras. Reluctantly, I say this. One of the first things you have to do when you build a memorial is consider vandalism. It's a shame, but that's the way it is, and you have to proceed in that vein to make sure that it is protected. So all we're asking for today is just simply your permission to use the northeast corner of the lawn, pushed up as far back towards Pine Street as we can, within county limits. Yeah. There we go. This will be the memorial up here, the sidewalk all the way back to the main sidewalk leading in. That's all we need. Now, once we get that permission, we already have approval of the Central Sierra Arts Alliance to help us form a design competition. That's how we will obtain the design on the 3 stones. The middle stone will be 9/11. The other 2 will be Iraq and Afghanistan. So we're asking artists to give us their rendition of what they think those stones should look like. And once we sit down then and judge those and get that design approved by our committee, then we will take it back to the Historical Preservation Review Committee. We'll take it back to all the veterans organizations, as we have already done, and then bring it back to you folks. Once at that point, we should be selling bricks to finance this thing. The VA memorial over at the VA clinic, we sold $65,000 worth of bricks and made $40,000 profit. It has turned out to be one of the best fundraisers you can ever do is sell bricks. I donate to a number of different things. Sometimes all I wind up with is a ticket stub for a cord of wood. Okay, when you buy a brick, you honor your family, and that brick is down there literally forever. I have 5 bricks at the VA Memorial. I got to honor everyone on both sides of my family and my wife's family. That was a great thrill for me to be able to do. I'd never had the opportunity to do that. And so that's why we promote that, is that's a good way to honor your family, and it'll be there for literally forever. So all we're asking for is just your permission to go forward. We still have surveying to do. We have to get a design for the pouring the concrete and do all those things we have to do. We know how to do that, and we will do that. We have people that will help us. And just get this thing moving forward.
Okay, thank you, Frank. Any questions of Mr. Smart by the board? Okay, any public comment on this, please? Oh, we do have public comment.
Well, I wasn't able to download the agenda packet and see what was in there, so I got it this morning. Thank you, Mr. Rodefer. So I hope you all read the packet that was in there. So this to me doesn't appear to be a well thought out plan as like the Roca Park plan. And I thought it was kind of, there's all these ideas, but nothing particular that's been set out. And I think it should come before you when it is a little bit more well planned. And I went to the historic preservation meeting, and there was a lot of questioning at 2 meetings about this issue. And I contacted Mr. Royce, so I don't know if you had further contact, because no one from Tuolumne came to speak, and I don't see anyone from Tuolumne here today. But this land is under the control of the Recreation Department. It's not under the control of the veterans. So I think kind of the veterans should use their own land for this, because this sounds more like an outdoor social hall to me than a memorial. So I have some objections. Thank you.
Sure. Okay. Bring it back to the board. Any other public comment?
I would like to answer that.
Okay.
Is that allowed?
Sure. Go ahead.
The county owns the land, as you well know, and then they have a service contract with TPRD to maintain the land. But it is county land, and it is a Veterans Memorial Hall, and we're just adding to the honoring veterans with our, for our generation that we wanted to honor. Inside the hall, there are different memorials, all handwritten, basically, but no, it is county land. So
Okay.
I'll make that clear. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Swart.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
just to clarify, it's mentioned in the staff report, but the Historic Preservation Review Commission did recommend you approving placement of a memorial here, understanding the design will be finalized and brought forth for additional input.
Well, thank you for that, because I was going to clarify it. So.
Right, that's what I understood by the item also.
Okay. Supervisor Royce.
Sure. Well, I guess I understand your concerns, but I do support the project. I think, as a concept, I think it's really good. There's been a lot of really nice events that I've attended at the Memorial Hall, and most of the time they stand on the front steps right there. So I could see a facility like this being a really good venue for those types of events. And I've also seen weddings held in that location. As you mentioned, I think from what I understand, this will be a public facility which would be accessible to anybody that wanted to use it for any kind of event. And there's oftentimes a lot of fundraisers out there, all kinds of things. So I think this is a great idea, and I think the location, which is what we're considering today, is appropriate. It's on the side. It's not blocking the view of the historic Memorial Hall, but it is also visible from the front, so that if you have people gathered out there. So with that, I will make a motion based on our recommendation, and I look forward to seeing the plan develop as it moves forward. And also, I'd like to say when the bricks become available, I'd be interested in that. So,
Second.
Okay. I have a motion by Supervisor Royce, second by Supervisor Hanvelt. Before I call for the question, I would be remiss if I didn't add my own support for this project. Again, I'm going to look very much forward to the evolution of the design and obviously a shot at final approval of it after it's been through all of the other wickets that every design has to go through. And I also, Mr. Smart, if I don't hear about when the bricks go on sale, I'm going to be a little upset at you. Okay. With that, any other comments? Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstained? Passes 5-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Frank. Okay, item 20.
Consideration of approving direction to staff on preparation of the 2016 5-year work plan.
CAO Pedro.
Yes, sir. So, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, as you know, the county board annually develops and approves a 5-year plan that helps guide the strategic direction of the county. And that's part of what we were trying to do at your annual retreat this year. And before I tried to develop a full-blown 5-year plan for the county, I went ahead and put a draft together. I just wanted, really today is about making sure that I captured all the major components that your board was interested in. There are some red and italicized items on the proposed plan list. I think it was consistent. They were consistent with what the discussion was about, contained in some of your prior work plans. So I put them in there just for discussion, and you could, say take them off. You could add anything you want at this point. Let me just walk through really quickly the main points. You had your information system, information technology systems, and I'll harken back to the chair's description of this with your departments. I think you called this the primal scream. That these were desperately needed projects, and went over these with department heads last week, and there was nothing but agreement in that arena. They didn't scream, but they agreed wholeheartedly. Compensation study, I just left that very generic. It's to bargain a multi-year implementation that is fair and sustainable. There are a lot of thoughts that the board discussed, but those are best kept in closed session bargaining. So I just left that one point. County facilities, capturing all of your major law and justice projects, and a call for a specific financial plan for all those, including the buildings for future justice partners out at that site. We talked about juvenile, the jail, and the courthouse a lot, but we don't talk a lot about the sheriff's admin building, the future probation, public defender, DA offices out there. So that's included. There's also discussion about road funding, and then something that wasn't discussed, but I know consistent with the dialogue before the board is wanting to mention your Columbia and Pine Mountain Lake planning capital improvement projects. So I put those on there. Environmental issues, took the main points that I had heard during the discussion, added an item about having a well program exit plan. The chair has mentioned a few times, keep doing what we're doing, but have a plan for when we stop doing that program and how we phase out. Added 3 items at the very bottom, came right off of your prior work plan. Engage in, quote unquote, with a capital C, coordination on the Stanislaus National Forest Management Plan. Advocate for the rim recovery and reforestation, and advocate for continuation of timber harvesting and fuel load reductions. Under the business plan and economic development, these were the points, main points that your board addressed. I want to mention specifically item D is to approve a general plan aligned with the county's vision statement that seeks an environment, and then this is a quote out of the vision statement, where all citizens enjoy opportunities to thrive. There was a robust discussion in that whole section, but I thought this was the simplest way to capture what your board was discussing. I think we all got those points. So I just want to acknowledge there was much more discussion that went along with that particular item, but for the plan and a simple list or point, that's what I boiled it down to. And then at the very end, vulnerable populations, I just wanted to make sure that was defined, that your board mentioned 3 primary populations, seniors, mentally ill, and homeless. And then the points are provided below that. I did want to pass out a couple things under, then I'll shut down for your comments. Under the business plan and economic development, explore expansion of the county's business attraction and incentives. I kept flipping back and forth between talking about attraction incentives or initiatives. This is a publication that Mr. Cope has put out from the TCEDA that does talk about the various incentives the county currently provides to try and attract folks. I'm not going to go through it. I just thought you'd like to see it. Also, I'm going to pass down the dais something that was kind of new from a discussion with the Economic Development Authority just Friday. And your board has talked about internships. And at that discussion on Friday with the TCEDA, one of the thoughts of trying to also attract workforce is to reach out to kids coming through our school systems. And one thing that was specifically discussed was a internship program geared for our local college kids. So this is nothing more. I don't intend to go through it, but this is something that the board has previously approved, an internship program. It's kind of summarized in the last couple pages, and just to let you know that it does exist, and that was something that we could certainly emphasize, in the future, consistent with that discussion with the EDA. And then, last but not least, yes. Here are some comments that Supervisor Hanvelt was nice enough to give to me ahead of time. So I was able to type them up and give them to you. And I can go through them, Randy, or unless you'd like to go through it.
Well, I in the item 4, environmental issues, as you all probably are well aware, the major biomass facility in Tuolumne County is disappearing unless there's some intervention, and that may or may not happen. It's not clear at this point, but it's essential if we're ever going to have a viable, comprehensive forest management plan, which we all know is important. I mean, that's kind of why we have rimfire. And the second piece of that is probably covered in item I, but we don't have at this point in my mind, a comprehensive forest management strategy and plan. There is a forest plan revision due up on the Stanislaw, and we need to be part of that and include it. So I just threw that comment in. The final one under item 5 is, and you'll hear about this at our second appointment at 1:30 today. We do not have affordable workforce housing available in Tuolumne County. It just isn't there. And it probably is not there anywhere in the state. Nothing has been built in over 10 years that is workforce housing. The things that have been built are subsidized housing and people building dream houses, but largely nothing in the rain. The only thing that has been built is subsidized housing. The few affordable housing units, low-income housing units, have been built on the financial graves of failed development. Happens time and time again. Even Habitat for Humanity is being built on a failed development thing, and it's not what we need. But how do we expect Larry Cope to be the lead in attracting businesses if we can't supply workforce housing? How do we expect to keep people here? Do we expect them to live someplace else and commute in if we can get business? How do we expect our kids to stay here? And the real estate people will be here and explain what the real market is and what isn't there that we need. And so anyway, it's an important thing, and I just think it needs to be on our work plan.
Yeah, go ahead, Supervisor Brown.
I agree with that, Supervisor Hanfeld. Actually, I had made a notation that under 4F, where we talk about pursuing and maximizing state and federal funding for water infrastructure improvements, I agree, but I also think that we should include natural resource infrastructure also, because we have deficiencies in a number of areas, biomass being one of them. But we've got to be able to find some answers to infrastructure deficiencies if we ever want to get to a place where we have a sustainable harvest and ability to manage the landscape in a way that will make us a little bit more fire resilient. So I would just add the word natural resource infrastructure. And then under Mr. Pedro, I think you're absolutely correct in adding G, H, and I. I think this board has continually expressed our interest in engaging on all three of these items at the highest level. I would just say that on 9, it's engage in coordination on the Stanislaus National Forest Land Management Plan. And then I want to thank you for the addition of item 6 with the vulnerable populations. We did discuss that at the retreat, and particularly with item C, where you have developed metrics that accurately track inputs and outcomes, because I think it is going to be very important for us to find a way to evaluate our success. So I want to thank you for that.
Supervisor Royce.
Yeah, I think this is a really good plan. There's a lot of substance to it, and I support it. I also support Randy's additions. I particularly agree on item or number 4 and the points associated with that. On item 5, I also agree, but I just want to be cautious in how we word this and how it's interpreted. My view of the affordable housing problem is that we aren't the solution, we're the problem in a lot of cases. And by us, I don't mean our intentions and what we do, but the regulations and the rules that we're stuck with enforcing, things like fire sprinklers and green building code and wildland urban interface and all the things that drive up the cost of construction, along with infrastructure costs, mitigation fees, which we'll hear more about this later. But those are obstacles that we impose on the free market. And when the way this is worded, I just want to be cautious. It says develop a process and a plan for building affordable workforce housing. I don't want it to be interpreted that the county is going to build affordable housing. I want us to enable the free market to solve that problem. So I don't know if there's a way we can...
To your point, if you just read the last comment from the vision, where all citizens enjoy opportunities to thrive, we have to have opportunities to live here and thrive.
Yeah. So, just clarification.
Supervisor Gray.
I have no problems with the addition. You know, the housing issue is something that every rural county, every county in the state's facing. I don't know how to get ahead of the curve, but it's a chicken and egg thing. Without the housing, we're not going to attract the businesses to create the jobs. So I don't know what comes first, but we do have to move forward. I can't tell you how many people have talked to me about the lack of housing, of the real estate community, the lack of inventory. So we need to do something. I hope we can get it right.
Okay. Mr. Pedro, I want to thank you for this. I also support Supervisor Hanvelt's additions and all the comments of all my colleagues on the board. One thing that you might look at doing on the environmental issues in general is we need to recognize that there are causes and effects and linkages, okay, between watershed management and forestry management, obviously, but there's linkages between forestry management and our infrastructure to deal with forestry management. And we need to remember that we're never going to solve the infrastructure problem until we solve the federal lands management issues associated with the national forest. So somehow when we're crafting this, I think that if we're pursuing biomass, incentives or whatever for biomass, if we want to create more mill capacity, all of that needs to have a sustainable long-term supply in order for them to survive and make have the confidence to make the necessary investments up front. So that would be my only comment, is maybe as you recraft this a little bit with Supervisor Hanvelt's comments, that you take a look at it from that vantage point. And you're asking for direction from the board. Have you gotten it?
I believe so. So I'm going to be adding, go with what I had presented, adding the comments that Supervisor Brennan made, and we're adding Randy's 3 points as additional points.
Okay. Lest I forget, is there any public comment? Okay, I see none. You have your marching orders, and we can go to then item 21.
Consideration of approving the 2016 Tuolumne County Legislative Platform.
Okay, so Mr. Chairman, members of the board, wanted to wait until after the retreat was done in case some new points were raised. What I have done is to propose a 2006 legislative platform that just makes minor changes to your 2015 platform. You'll notice in the body of the memo really some minor changes that are outlined there. I think your board should be particularly pleased that there are two things from our platform that did happen. Specifically, Assembly Member Olson was able to remove the sunset clause under AB 890, and that was CEQA reform related to road safety projects. And I see here in the audience, and want to again acknowledge the fine work of your Community Resource Agency Director, Bev Shane, in helping to provide intel to the Assembly member and to help lobby that in Sacramento. She did a fabulous job. And then also, so that was something on your platform that's been achieved, so we can take that off. Another one I'd point out was you called for having AB 900 money moved over so it could be used to help fund our new jail, and that too was achieved and could be taken off. And the only other thing I'll mention that there were two things related to our ambulance system, both state and federal funding, that was brought up at the retreat, and that those bullets have been added as well. I also wanted to pass out, this is the Randy Hanvelt show. Randy had given me some comments. And again, actually there's a second one that goes with this. So would you like me to summarize, or are you going to? Go ahead. Okay. So on the legislative platform, what Supervisor Hanvelt was suggesting is adding our opposition to implementing SB 743. That was a bill that Senator Steinberg got passed in 2013, and that was related to how transportation impacts are analyzed under CEQA and/or pursue an exemption from its provisions from rural counties. And this is a big shift from measuring levels of service, congestion on roadways, using a level of service standard, and moving more to something like vehicle miles traveled and so forth, with a different standard associated with areas that have a lot of transit opportunities for their populations. And places like Tuolumne County really don't, we have a transit system, but not like the Bay Area or Sacramento or whatever. So that could be placed in either Section A2 under CEQA.
Let me just add that how this came up for me is I went to a webinar on the implementation of SB 743. It's another one-size-fits-all, and it works. It looks like, in theory, it works for an urban area, but it certainly does not work for a rural area. We would have a very difficult time proving something like Rush Creek under this scenario. The replacement of the Rawhide Bridge and adding lanes through Jamestown would be a difficult thing, because in their mind it promotes vehicle miles traveled in the wrong way, and mitigations would be extensive. It basically doesn't work for a rural community. Both CSAC has done some things, but RCRC has written a letter and trying to get some reduction for rural counties. But it's my view that we need some changes in it for rural counties and/or an exemption for small rural counties. And I think it's an important thing. I'll be glad to give you more information on it as I collect it, but I intend to bring that up as a concern tomorrow at RCRC's executive committee.
Okay.
So again, that point could either be added to Section A2 under CEQA reform or under D4 planning and building processes. And the only reason I mentioned the building and planning processes is a close cousin of this. Your third bullet under that section, D4, is to foster the development and support use of trip generation factors solely for rural communities as an alternate to factors contained in the Institute for Traffic Engineers manual. It could go either place. You just let me know where you'd like to have it. The second point was to seek legislation that recognizes biomass as a renewable energy source, necessary infrastructure element to support forest management, and key means of reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And he would like to have that appropriately in both the state and federal sections. So that'd be D2, healthy forest practices under the state, and B1, healthy forest practices under the federal. And then add the last bullet under B. Yes,
Before we move on, because actually I had some notes on that. And it's with the word minimum timber harvest. I have some concerns about that because that's defined differently by a number of different groups. And when we promote commitment to, when we promote commitment to a minimum timber harvest, that by some can be 25 million board feet that just sustains what we currently have in infrastructure. We need to be promoting a threshold that allows for investments in new infrastructure. And so I really would like to strike the word minimum and promote a commitment to timber harvest thresholds that spur and maintain increased forest product infrastructure.
So not targets, but thresholds.
Right, and take out the word minimum.
Right.
And then before we move off of that, I had made a note on the first bullet on number 2, create incentives to foster healthy forest practices, create incentives to foster watershed scale projects, because that is the vehicle that will get us to increased scale and pace and scale. Okay.
So where's that, Sherry?
So on the first bullet under number 2, create incentives to foster healthy forest practices, and then you have like well-planned logging, forest thinning. The first bullet on that should be watershed scale projects.
Okay. And that was it. Unless there's other changes the board.
Go ahead, Supervisor Royce.
Sure. Please forgive me for this, first of all, just because it's a little bit primitive, and I'm not sure it even applies directly to this. But in the past, during the process of awarding contracts for some of our projects to contractors, we've talked about trying to incentivize, getting local contractors as the winners. And in the past, I think I was under the impression that there wasn't a way to actually give like bid discounts or things like that. I know with the City of San Francisco, City County of San Francisco, they have what's called a local business enterprise program, and they actually, when they're calling for bids, they require a certain percentage of the project be listed under somebody that qualifies as a local business enterprise. So say 20% of the project or something like that would have to be a local business enterprise. And I think, I'm not positive, but I wanted to see if I get support to direct staff to look into this to see if that's something that we can do, or if not, if it's something that only charter county cities can do, which I believe is the case.
I think that's the case.
And if it is, I want to look into adding something to the legislative platform to allow general law counties to be able to put together local business enterprise programs.
Okay. Any other input from the board? Changes, additions, deletions, public comment? Okay. Do you understand the edits that were recommended, Mr. Pedro?
Yes.
Okay. Then if there's no more discussion, I'll entertain a motion. I just did.
I'll move on the staff recommendation, including the discussion and the points added.
Second.
Okay. I have a motion by Supervisor Royce and a second by Supervisor Gray. If there's no further comments, I'll call the question. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain. 5-0. Okay, Mr. Pedro, or I'm sorry, clerk of the board, item 22.
Consideration of approving correspondence to Governor Brown encouraging renewal of the biomass contract subsidies.
Mr. Richardson.
Yes, good morning. Daniel Richardson, Deputy County Administrator. One of the many attractors that Tuolumne County has is we have a beautiful place. We have rivers, lakes, trees, but the trees, as we know, eventually one of three things happens. Either die, they burn, or they get harvested, they get cut down. And the question at this particular item is, what do we do with the slash and the trees? And that's what we have before us is a potential non-renewal of Pacific Ultra Power and many other biomass plant subsidies. They've been receiving these for 20, 30 years since the 1980s, and many are set to expire, and some have expired, which is causing many of these plants to close, leaving not just the farmers in the valley, but those of us up in the mountains where trees grow prolifically, not knowing what to do with this slash. And then it ends up being burned, which creates additional air pollution. Pacific Ultra Power has a 30-year agreement with PG that expires in early January 2017, but it's unlikely that it will remain open beyond August, as predicted by some, because of the drastic price drop in their subsidy. So this contract renewal is not something that Tuolumne County can actually go and negotiate. What we're doing is encouraging the governor to get involved to make sure this contract does get renewed. And that's not just for Pacific Ultra Power. There are 7 other plants that may close in the next 6 months. So we have a letter that's been prepared to the governor encouraging his involvement in this rate subsidy contract renewal process. So the letter's up for your edits and
Okay.
consideration.
Thank you very much. Any questions of staff?
Just a comment.
Public comment first. Seeing none, bring it back to the board for comment. Supervisor Brennan.
So this came before the Natural Resource Committee, and we keep talking about trying to be proactive, and how do we move to a place where we're doing work out on the forest prior to these catastrophic fires moving through, or the potential of. And because what happens in that case is then the Forest Service is forced to move their funding away from projects that are proactive and working towards healthy forest goals to funding catastrophic fires. One of the very low-hanging pieces of fruit that we have statewide are these biomass plants and the opportunity to have a disposal site for a lot of this product and material to go to. And I'm not certain that there has been a coordinated effort amongst all of the interested parties, and they are numerous, to really go at this in a very programmatic way, where you are incorporating all of the potential partners out there, and they're numerous. And so after some discussion, We wanted to generate a letter that Supervisor Hanfeld could take to RCRC, and we could look at all of the entities that would have interest in this and have expressed maybe written letters and make a really concentrated effort together. And so that's how this letter was kind of came about. Yes, this is something that we continue to comment on. We talk about it, but we haven't seen the movement at the state level that is necessary to save. And it's not just our power plant. It's all of the biomass plants that are in the state of California are all integral to the forest's ability to be able to remove some of this undesirable vegetation.
Thank you. Supervisor Hanbelt.
I'd just like to add to that, not only, the governor in his proclamation on this tree mortality thing, specifically in, I think, items 8, 9, and 10, directed the California Public Utility Commission to take action to support biomass. He, in, I think, 10 and 11, he gave orders on it to the Energy Commission, and in 11 and 12 he gave the CAL FIRE, in effect, Department of Fire Prevention, to the same kind of thing. What's happened, in fact, in something that is 75 days old or so, nothing. They are, in fact, they denied or in the process of denying a power plant renewal north of us. This is absolutely essential, and I point out to you that in the National Disaster Resiliency Award, one of the issues is a biomass facility. We might be swimming upstream between the federal government and the state, even trying to get that thing to happen. It is absolutely essential, in my mind, that the state and the feds recognize biomass as a necessary tool to do the job that they're commissioned to do in managing our forests. So this is a really important letter.
Okay, Supervisor Gray.
Yes, yeah, it is real puzzling because we've been looking at this for a number of years about the closing of these plants. We have the EPA wants clean burning. They don't want the orchards in the valley to burn any of their waste. Trees have to be pruned. We keep eliminating these plants. We're just compounding the problem. So I don't know how we're going to get them all on the same page, but I certainly support the letter.
And again, I think part of what I was hoping is that Supervisor Hanfeld would take this to the RCRC committee. This is addressed to Governor Brown, but look for a coordinated effort and have RCRC reach out to all of the different entities, potentially California Farm Bureau. There are a number of commodity groups that this is important to, certainly all of the rural counties, and have somebody actually tasked with coordinating that effort.
So is that a recommendation that we add RCRC to the copy list?
Actually,
I'll be there tomorrow.
I know you will, but let's formalize it and put it on. And is it worth CSAC or not?
I think it is. I'll be at
Okay.
CSAC the following day.
Okay, so we'll add RCRC and CSAC to the CC copies. Did you have anything?
No, it just bothers me how common sense it is that if we don't have biomass plants and we let the forest get overgrown and it burns out in nature, you're going to have a hell of a lot more carbon released in the atmosphere than if it's burned in a controlled environment the way it is and managed, not to mention all the other negative impacts that come with catastrophic wildfire. So, I mean, I just really like the opportunity to drive that point home.
So you're suggesting we should put common sense into our environmental policies?
Yeah,
okay.
What a constant.
Okay, I did ask for public comment already, so any other board comment other than that, I'll call the question. All in favor? Wait a minute, I need a motion.
I'll move on recommendation.
As amended, right?
As amended. Thank
you. Okay. So Supervisor Brennan moved, Supervisor Hanveld second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? 5-0. We are going to take a 10-minute break. I am going to ask that everybody be back sharp at 10:40. We have a busy calendar today. Thank you very much. Will the clerk please read? Please read item 23.
This is consideration of adopting the 2016 Board of Supervisors Housing Policy Committee Work Plan.
CRIA Director Shane.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Bev Shane, Community Resources Director. Each year, your board adopts a work program for your Housing Policy Committee. This year, your committee did review the draft work program in its meeting on January 13th and suggested some minor changes and then approved it by consensus. The projects that are included for the 2016 work program include a forum to address homeownership, housing rehabilitation, and energy-efficient upgrades. This is a project that's already been started in coordination with the Tuolumne County Association of Realtors. We will also continue to oversee veterans housing, specifically the VASH vouchers, and also look for ways that we can provide other resources to help in the area of veterans housing. The Tuolumne Apartments Project, for which your board secured $3.5 million of home program funds for this project, will be completed this summer, and the committee is providing some oversight in that effort. We will also continue to work with the Stanislaus County Housing Authority in implementing the Section 8 Housing Choice Voucher Program for Tuolumne County. And as you talked about this morning, one of the projects the committee would like to work on, if you so direct, is to discuss how to minimize or reduce constraints on the construction of starter homes and the availability of workforce housing in the county. The committee's been working on reviewing property assessed clean energy financing programs to come to your board with a recommendation. This is a program that's authorized by state law for property owners to borrow money and then pay it back as an assessment on their property taxes. There are several programs in effect, and the committee's been very diligent about reviewing those before they make a recommendation to your board. Finally, there are some ongoing programs that the committee's been involved with a number of years: the mobile home rent control, grant proposals, and also reviewing and commenting on housing legislation. So today I'm here to ask your board to approve this work program for your Housing Policy Committee.
Okay. Any questions of staff?
Yes, it has to do with a discussion I had the other day about how funding is used that we get, say the grant money that we get from the state. Is there a way that a builder that is looking to build say a workforce house can get a loan from that to build that workforce house and then have it available?
The first-time home buyer program, we have actually the two loan programs, housing rehabilitation program, which is for older housing stock to do some rehab work on that. We do maintain a list of contractors who are qualified to be hired to work for the county on those projects. But the first-time home buyer program, the loan is actually issued to the buyer. And so it couldn't be to a builder for a spec home or something like that, if that's what you're thinking of. It is
that's
to
what I
the
was
actual
getting
buyer.
at. Again, if someone could build one, quickly, then the market's there for somebody to buy one. But if it can't be done on, I think speculation is maybe not the right word. It's a scary word. But if you have are able to build a specific house that fits a specific number, then if money was available, it takes away the finance burden to get the house built and somebody in it. Just thank you.
Well, our, as you know, Sheila Shanahan, our housing program coordinator, is always looking at grant opportunities. There just are not a lot for that type of construction. The first-time home buyer program is basically the mortgage program. It's that gap financing between the primary mortgage and what we can provide for people of a certain income level, and it is issued to the buyer. And we do work with Habitat, but even those loans are not given until the buyer is ready to take ownership.
Thank you.
Okay, any public comment? Bring it back to the board for any final comments. And a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move that we accept and approve the recommended work plan for the Board of Supervisors Housing Policy Committee.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Supervisor Handbelt, second by Supervisor Brennan. Any last comments? Okay. If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstains? 5-0. Item 24.
Consideration of approving the Board of Supervisors Planning Committee 2016 work program.
Good
Yes,
morning.
sir.
Adam Piskowski, the Senior Planner for the Community Resources Agency. So also, each year your board adopts a work program for your planning committee to consider during the year. The 2016 work program lists projects that was developed based upon the 2015 work program, direction from your board during 2015, and proposals by the Community Resources Agency staff. Although the Planning Committee had several items on their 2015 work program, the committee did not meet last year. Amendments to Title 15 and Title 16 were approved by your board without review from the Planning Committee, since the changes to Title 15 were required to be implemented or completed by September 30th, 2015 by state law, and the modifications to Title 16 consisted of minor amendments. The focus of the proposed 2016 work program is the comprehensive update of the Tuolumne County zoning ordinance. As you know, the primary vehicle for implementing the general plan is the zoning ordinance, and a comprehensive update of the zoning ordinance will be prepared to bring it into conformance with the updated general plan. It is anticipated that this project will extend into 2017, so it will be a multi-year project. And the proposed 2016 work program will also include the ongoing project to streamline development regulations to implement policies and programs in the economic development element of the general plan, and several ordinances to update the county's regulations for mobile homes, land divisions, road standards, sewage disposal, and use of wastewater. Therefore, it's recommended that your board approve the proposed Board of Supervisors Planning Committee 2016 work program, and I'm available for any questions.
Questions from Mr. Piskowski? Okay, public comment? Board comment? Motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the work plan.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Supervisor Gray moved and Supervisor Brennan seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstained? 5-0. Item 25, please.
Consideration of selecting the aesthetic treatment for the Hardin Flat Road Bridge Replacement Project.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. Tanya Allen, Supervising Engineer of the Community Resources Agency. The Hardin Flat Bridge is located off the Hardin Flat Road, crossing the South Fork of the Tuolumne River. It is adjacent to Berkeley Camp. This bridge sustained damage in the Rin Fire. Staff was able to obtain funding for this bridge through the Highway Bridge Program under the Federal Highways Administration, and was authorized to begin PE in spring of 2014. In December of 2015, staff presented the aesthetics to the Tuolumne County Historic Preservation Review Commission, also known as the HPRC, in accordance with Section 2.38.090J of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code. Staff presented option 1 in your packet, and the Commission's recommendations are presented as option 2. Both options lend to a soffit having a wood grain finish And option 1 has a rock facade on the abutments and pilasters, whereas option 2 is just plain concrete with a broom finish. This item was presented to the the Board of Supervisors Transportation Committee, and their recommendation was with option 1. It is recommended that your board select the aesthetics for either option 1 or option 2 today.
Okay. Any questions of staff? Go ahead, Supervisor Handel.
What's the cost difference?
There's some minor costs doing a slip liner versus just doing a regular form that was presented in the BOSTC, that if there is an extreme amount of cost and the difference between those two, that option 2 would be lended to, but we would do an alternative option.
Any other questions of staff? Public comment? Board comment? Got a motion?
So we already heard this at the Transportation Committee, so I'll stick with the same recommendation and make a motion.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion by Supervisor Royce and a second by Supervisor Gray on the Transportation Committee recommendation. Last alibis. Okay, I'll call the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Item 26.
Consideration of adopting a resolution urging the governor and state legislator to identify a significant and stable funding source for streets and road maintenance, rehabilitation to ensure the safe and efficient mobility of the traveling public and the economic vitality of California, to adopt priorities for funding California's streets and roads as recommended by the California State Association of Counties.
Ms. Shane.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'm Bev Shank, Director of Transportation. I'm unfortunately here this morning to once again bring you some bad news about the lack of funding for the state's transportation system, and specifically in our case for maintaining our roads. California's funding for transportation is now at a crisis. The California Transportation Commission recently announced it was deprogramming $754 million from the State Transportation Improvement Program because its fuel-based revenues are well below what was originally projected. Because the price of gas continues to decline and there's an increase in vehicle economy, fuel economy, the amount of funding, the amount of revenue coming through the gas tax program is declining and declining and declining. There are many projects that the California Transportation Commission, known as the CTC, has proposed to be affected or has identified as being affected by their recent action. There are two in Tuolumne County. One is the Monoway Operational Improvement Project for the stretch of Monoway from Standard Road to the East Sonora Bypass, which was relinquished by Caltrans to the county upon the completion of Stage 2 of the East Sonora Bypass, with a relinquishment agreement that's been executed that guaranteed us funding to make safety improvements on that road. The other project that is eventually affected by this action is the East Sonora Bypass ramps at Standard Road. As you know, we have great interest to have those ramps installed as soon as possible. This action doesn't mean that the projects won't necessarily be built. However, it does mean that they will be delayed. In the case of the Monoway project, maybe as late as 2020 or 2021. And the ramps, which the Tuolumne County Transportation Council had helped to actually move up in schedule, will likely be moved back even further. Without additional funding, this situation is going to continue to occur. And statewide, the average payment condition for roads is at 66, which is at the at-risk category. If funding remains at the current levels, in 10 years, 25% of the local streets and roads in California will be in the failed condition. The 2014 California Statewide Local Streets and Roads Needs Assessment Report found that counties and cities are facing a $79.3 billion funding shortfall for maintenance of our roads over the next decade. And on top of that, the state highways have a $59 billion deferred maintenance price tag. This equates to an annual need of $6 billion for the state and $8 billion for local transportation maintenance projects, in addition to, again, what is currently being provided through gas tax and other revenues. What does that mean in Tuolumne County? Well, in Tuolumne County, as you know, your board funded an update to our pavement condition study in 2002. At that time, our pavement condition index, PCI, was an average of 46 throughout our system. We had an underfunded backlog of road maintenance projects of $58.4 million that was projected to become $150 million by 2032. 2 years later, the PCI has dropped from 46 to 41, and the underfunded backlog has increased to $91 million. That were projected to be $186 million by 2034. And this year, the engineering staff did another calculation, and our PCI has dropped to 39 from 41. So as you can see, the trend is conditions going way down, backlog of unfunded projects and maintenance is going way up. The backlog is now $96 million. That will grow to $202 million by 2035. To put it in more realistic terms, this means that we need at least $6 to $7 million annually just to maintain our PCI of 39, which is in the poor category. Your board set a goal for us to meet the state level of 66 back in 2012. So we're not meeting it, we're actually going the other direction. Also, our primary source of funding for road maintenance is the highway user tax. As I mentioned before, that's going down. Next year, the projection is we will see about $1 million less in revenue from that source and also secure rural schools. And so between those, we're looking at a $1 million less in revenue from what we had this year. And the federal government now, the president has put secure rural schools funding in his budget, but that, of course, requires action by Congress. So we are hopeful, but not too optimistic. In front of your board today is a resolution that is being urged by CSAC, the California State Association of Counties, to be adopted by all the counties, all of their members, to be given to the governor and the state legislature to take the position that we can no longer wait. As you recall, last summer and fall, late summer and fall, there was action by the state to have special legislative sessions just to talk about this issue. They were very close, but it never happened. So what CSAC's saying, and we certainly agree, trying to provide the maintenance for your roads, is that something needs to be done now. This CSAC provided a list of their priorities in funding. But last summer, I came to your board with a letter to support a bill, SB 16, which is really a mirror image of what CSAC is saying. Your board at the time said you did not support that bill. You would like to see, rather than new taxes and increases in fees, that the state look at reallocating funds that they already have. And so the reference to CSAC's list of funding has been removed from your draft resolution. Again, we could add that back if your board decides to do that, but I want to reflect your prior comments on this issue. The Board of Supervisors Transportation Committee considered the draft resolution at its meeting last Monday and did support the resolution, but also asked that I add in some other issues that were going to come before the Tuolumne County Transportation Council at its meeting last Wednesday. I've handed out a revised resolution to you that was sent to you via email on Friday. The changes that I've added are in red on the last page. These are directly from what TCTC, or the Transportation Council, put in a letter regarding this issue, also to the governor and to the state legislature. And these are very specific to rural counties. and they focus on asking the state to consider providing a fair share population-based formula for apportionment of cap and trade. According to Darren Grossi, the Transportation Council Executive Director, Tuolumne County provides about $3 million in revenue to the cap and trade program. We currently receive $55,000 only for the bus system. There is no other funding that has been awarded to Tuolumne County from cap and trade, and the opportunities for grants through that program are just rural counties cannot compete. We'd also, you've talked about briefly this morning, asking that rural counties with populations that are less than 100,000 be exempt from the new requirement for the vehicle miles traveled metric to be used for evaluating impacts to transportation systems as part of the California Environmental Quality Act review. We are also asking that one member of the California Transportation Commission, at least one member, be designated to be from a rural county. And also, finally, asking that the state consider changing the California Transportation Commission from being under the Secretary of the State Transportation Agency to being an independent body. We do feel that rural areas might get a little more consideration if it was an independent body with a representative from a rural area. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm here to ask your board to support the resolution, which we will send to the governor, the legislature, and give to CSAC, who is going to distribute it broadly.
Supervisor Royce.
Sure. First of all, I just want to thank staff for being sensitive to our concerns about the tax issue. That's something that is important to me. I have a few statistics here that I want to share just to kind of put some perspective on that view and kind of just keep the discussion where I think it needs to be. So currently, California has the 46th highest gas tax in the nation. It is also, it has the second highest gas price in the nation. We have the highest number of licensed drivers in the nation, and we have the 11th lowest annual vehicle miles traveled per capita. So if you think about that, we have one of the highest tax rates. We have the highest price that we're being taxed upon. We have the most drivers, and we have the 11th lowest vehicle miles traveled per capita. So in general, we have a pretty good revenue source compared to a lot of our other states, and if you drive other states' roads, they look a hell of a lot better than ours do. And I think the real problem here is a couple things. One, we don't use the money where it's supposed to go. There's gas tax, but there's also vehicle license fees, there's cap and trade money, there's weight fees. There's a lot of money, and that money goes to social programs, goes to schools, goes to a lot of other things. Whether you think they're important or not, there's already money there, and it's just not used for what they're saying it's used for. So I appreciate the point here that talks about accountability requirements to protect taxpayer investment. I think that's item 6 on the resolution. There needs to be some kind of constitutional protection for these revenues because it's so easy for the state to steal the money and just neglect our infrastructure, which over periods of decades falls apart. And I think the other really big detriment to our ability to solve this problem is costs. Construction costs has to do with prevailing wage, has to do with environmental reviews. If you look at any of our projects, if you look at something like the Rawhide Road project, I mean, the costs for just the soft costs, the front end of the project, are absolutely absurd. And we have that in our legislative platform. We're trying to address those things. I think you guys all know this. I just want to say it again and again and again because I don't want it to be lost in the problem. And CSAC forgets about these things. We had to take some of those bullet points out of here because they just want more money, and they're fixated on that part of the issue. And so as time moves on, I just want to maintain the truth about the problem. And anyways, I appreciate it. I do support the resolution in the form. I like the additional points, which help represent rural counties. I think they'll give us a better standing. And that's my thoughts.
Okay. Any other comments? Supervisor Brennan?
So I appreciate that, and I just want Supervisor Royce to know that when this came up in the December meeting, we did have this discussion, and 2 counties voted against the tax increase initiative, and so it is an uphill battle, but we will carry that message. I really do like these additional bullet points, and I hope that, I don't know if it is on the RCRC agenda the day before the CSAC meeting, but if it is not, I'm sure it will be on the comment piece, because a number of the supervisors will be at the CSAC meeting. And again, it's important for as many counties as we can get to carry this message, to be carrying it at CSAC.
Go ahead.
It's not on the agenda, but it will be a public concern or county concern.
Okay. Supervisor Royce, one more.
Yeah, I would, in the future, I know we've got a busy agenda and you don't need one more thing to do, but I would actually like to see some data on, and I've looked it up online before, but I'd like to see it for the whole board as actual, like a graphical representation of these tax revenues over a period of like 5 or 10 years and see what it's actually done. I hear it all the time, I just never see the numbers. And I don't know if through Duke, through your guys' associations, if you get that kind of information. I mean, we don't necessarily have to have a board item, but if you could just
just clarification, you want statewide? Is that what you're asking for?
Where have all the transportation dollars gone?
Yeah, I want to.
Okay.
I want to see where they've gone,
okay.
And I also want to see what the numbers are, because I hear they're declining, but I don't know if they're just the allocations are declining or the revenues are declining. If so, how much? Is it just from last year to this year, or is it, a 10-year trend, 5-year trend? It'd be interesting to actually see all those numbers.
Yes, we should be able to obtain that from the California Engineers Association.
And also, like I said, gas tax, VLF, weight fees, all the different revenue streams, not just gas tax.
Okay. Any other comments by the board? Public comment. Okay. I have one comment before I take it. Is there a reason? I have a question, I guess. Is there a reason why the first, it is further resolved, is 1 through 6, and the second is A through D? Probably ought to both be 1 through something, right? Okay. With that amendment, I'm looking for a motion.
Move on the approval of the resolution.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, I have a...
I assume that's as amended.
Yeah, as amended. I have a motion by Supervisor Royce and a second by Supervisor Gray. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? 5-0. And we will recess. I'm sorry, will you read our 11 o'clock closed session?
27 real quick.
Shouldn't take long.
Okay, 27. Read 27.
This is consideration of approving correspondence opposing Delaware North's position on the trademark name related to Yosemite National Park.
How fast can you talk?
We'll see. Daniel Richardson, Deputy County Administrator. As we're all aware, Delaware North is no longer going to be the concessionaire in Yosemite National Park. Along with their departure, they, I guess, got trademark names on several of the landmark hotels and other locations within Yosemite National Park. And so we are proposing to send a letter rejecting that they are taking these names with them because they're historical nature and you cannot rename history.
Supervisor Gray.
Yes, this is one of those things that sometimes it seems so ridiculous that it happens, but it has happened. So I think, not to pick sides or say who's the enemy here, but I think we need to say that we don't approve of the name changes and make it official. So my motion would be to accept the letter and for the chairman's signature and move on.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
So move.
Okay. I'm going to work on it. Okay. Any other comments by the board? Public comment. Okay. Bring it back to the board. By the way, the motion was by Supervisor Gray, second by Supervisor Handbelt. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstained? 5-0. Now will you read our 11 o'clock appointment?
This is a closed session. Public Employee Performance Evaluation Authority Government Code Section 54957B1. Title is County Counsel. Conference with Legal Counsel. Anticipated Litigation Authority Government Code Section 54959D2. One case. And Conference with Labor Negotiators. Craig Pedro and Ann Fremd. Authority Government Code Section 549576. All bargaining units.
Okay, County Counsel, do we anticipate a report out? No report out. Okay, is there any public comment on any of the closed session items? If not, we will recess into closed session, and we will be back for our 1:30 appointments. Thank you very much. From closed session, we covered items A and B and have nothing to report on either one. We are deferring C until after our 1:30 appointments. Will the clerk of the board please read our first 1:30 appointment?
This is a presentation by Chief Building Official Doug Oliver regarding the function of the Tuolumne County Building and Safety Division and online permit processing.
Thank you. Mr. Oliver.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board. Doug Oliver, Chief Building Official. After receiving a list of very good questions, I've prepared a 2-hour presentation on our building division functions, and I was told to put it in an hour. So I'm going to compress this. We're probably going to run kind of fast, and I've had to take some stuff out that you may be interested in. So if there's things that I haven't covered in this presentation, please let me know, and I'll bring back a number 2 if you don't fall completely asleep during this one. Having said that, I want to get right into the meat of this here. Building Safety Division, what we do for you and why. And I know that's dry and boring for a statement, but we're going to talk about tradition real soon, and one of the traditions is really bad titles. As an example, Chief Building Official Association of California, one of their big slogans was, if we do everything right, nothing happens. So having said that, I'm going to continue the tedious and boring tradition. If the computer works. All right, so what we're going to cover today, we're going to first touch, like I said, on the traditions, and we're going to go back into antiquity just for a little bit so that we can establish that this is not only a new thing. Codes change over time, but there's a long-standing tradition of oversight and construction. So we're going to touch on some of the more interesting things. We're going to identify the current requirements and where they come from, and provide an overview of Building and Safety Division, where we were and how we got to where we are now, through demonstrating the evolution of service, and then hopefully we'll touch on some of the future things. And hopefully we'll pack that into an hour. So we're going to start really at the beginning. Who knows? Yeah, Code of Hammurabi. If you're not familiar, the king of Babylon got inspired, locked himself away, and wrote hundreds of laws to govern his people. And these are the few that govern specifically construction. The fun thing about this is they didn't just write a building code. They wrote what amounts to consumer protection, contractors, state licensing, essentially, and occupant safety. It's much more streamlined than our current version, as you can see, and it ranges very simply. If you build this is how much you get paid. If it falls down, you rebuild it. If it falls down and damages livestock, you give them your livestock. If it kills their wife, they get to kill your wife. It's pretty simple. Who doesn't want to live under that, right? And if you're curious what a SAR is, it's equal to 36 cubic meters. So if you build a bigger house, you get paid more, that sort of thing. At the very bottom is the construction aspect of it. They understood that keying your work when you're building a rock house is pretty important. But that's the basics starting out. If you're curious where the first mold laws are found, it's in the Bible. And who was your building inspector? It was your chief priest. So if you had mold in your house, you called the priest. He came down, looked at it, decided if it was bad, and if it was, he had you tear it out, haul it to an unclean place, and fix the problem. If it came back, he had your whole house torn down, and taken to an unclean place, and you start it over. Once again, very simple. But this was the law of the land. Now, Rome is famous for a lot of things, including the crazy emperor you see there. But he had a very keen understanding, even in his youth, of what Rome should look like in order to be safe and healthy. He may have even caused the fire that he fiddled in, but once it burned, his decrees were very specific to the proper spacing of structures and the types of materials to prevent the type of fire that destroyed much of Rome. In addition, just as common health practice in Rome, in addition to physical fitness and proper eating, they knew where to place their homes. It was known that certain locations are just bad. Don't put them in a swamp. Don't put them at the bottom of a hill where you get no air. Make sure you have proper light and ventilation. So these are things that were known in that culture at the time. So we're going to fast forward quite a bit and just touch on colonial expansion and some of the other more interesting things. That just basically, as populations exploded, someone had to regulate it to prevent disasters. And even when they tried to regulate it, as you can see here, disasters did happen, and it caused more regulation. So just as an example, Great Chicago Fire, Great Baltimore Fire, San Francisco earthquake and fire. Are there any firemen in the room? No? Most of the codes developed, even now, are because of fire safety or protection of personnel for fire safety. State Fire Marshal is tasked with writing a lot of codes for fire safety that we enforce daily. Moving on here. So back then, why all the response to accidents? Essentially, up until recent years, there was no good testing of anything. It was empirical. We used a material until it broke a certain way, and we knew not to do it that way anymore. Okay? So, essentially, this continues by way of testing. Is it going to break under these conditions? You make a rule and follow it, but still, if the ground shakes and what they've tested breaks, it gets pulled right out of the code. When I first started this, I was in a class with a structural engineer, and the first day we sat down, he opened up the 94 building code, and he said, "See that page? Yeah, tear it out. Everybody tear it out." It was right after Northridge. That mechanical connector failed in every building in a specific area of Northridge, and it wasn't changed in the code yet. It was already published. It was no longer in use. So these things happen. The process continues throughout time. Other things that have evolved that relate directly to construction regulation: the creation of American Institute of Architects, the Bar Association's creation, and specific construction law practice being a specific item there, creation of contractors licensing, and eventually your uniform building codes. And this is what the first one looked like, and it was about that thick. Well, maybe that thick. There wasn't much to it. It was basic construction. Now we have that, and I didn't want to bring all the books in because each one of those is about that thick, along with their reference documents. And this is what they deem everything you need in order to build a structure. Let's see. Here's your natural fun fact for today, or natural selection fun fact. Medieval Transylvania, master masons were required to stand under the arches they supervised as they were removing the supports. So either you were a master mason or you were very sleepy. Boy, it's a tough crowd. Somebody gonna chuckle here? Come on. Okay, you got it. All right. So essentially, we have a long-standing tradition, and this is the core tradition that me personally and others in my profession, this is what we carry through. This is what's important. The codes change over the years. The tradition remains the same. As long as there's civilization and it grows as it does, there has to be some form of regulation to make sure that it does not become an unsafe or unhealthy growth. These four items here are really the basis. But there are other items that are important. So public safety, occupant safety, we get that. Quality control, going all the way back to Hammurabi, that was important. Okay. Consumer protection, also important. But now we're looking at more necessary things, and that including very much the environment. Not just the built environment, we're talking about the natural environment as well. So occupant safety is not just, is it going to fall down and hurt you, or is it going to electrocute you? Is the air you're breathing healthy? Okay, is the paint on your walls going to cause you cancer? Things like that are now mandatory that we review to make sure they're not using the wrong products and causing harm to the occupants, whether it be the homeowner or the tenant. Construction regulation at its core affects everything on the list you see here. Construction methodology affects the cost of everything on this list. Now, there's a lot of contractors that put a lot of pride and a lot of effort into making sure they build above the code standard, and that does have a price. It does cost more to build a really high-end home. But the principle behind this is you build it well and it lasts longer. It needs less maintenance. It's healthier for the occupants. Poor construction methodologies lend to deterioration faster, and a whole slew of other things that affect the cost of these, as well as just the quality of life in your community. So we make sure that a minimum standard is met. So who makes the rules? The Health and Safety Code sections here essentially establish the Building Standards Commission. It establishes the purpose, and even that had an evolution. It didn't ratify codes until 91. Each individual state agency had their own regulations buried within their laws. The Building Standards Commission was formed to draw those out and distribute them so they didn't get lost in the mix. And then it was only 91 where they said, let's take the decision-making from those departments and put it into a central clearinghouse where there could be public hearings, there could be input. And so the idea was fair distribution, easy enforcement, a slew of other good reasons. Moving on from there, though, 17922 establishes local jurisdictions adopt by reference what that Building Standards Commission produces. So let's get some more fast-forwarding here. Those are just a few of 41 laws. Government code, health and safety code, mandate a lot of stuff, and part of them are in here. I'm going to hold this up in a second, but there's hundreds of codes, hundreds of laws throughout Civil Code, Public Resources Code, Business and Professions Code, governing how we do our job as code enforcers. And for brevity, they put it in a book for us. If you belong to California building officials, we have a meeting once a year, and they hand out this wonderful document, and you'll go cross-eyed reading it. But it's throughout our state laws. They extract this for us so that we don't forget something accidentally. It is a handy book. If you guys want a copy, I can produce it. So here's your recipe for code adoption. You got one part model codes, which are created by ICC currently. They're not our current codes. They're a basis for the state to play with. You got 13-part state agency specific recommendations. What the state fire marshal wants to add to it, what HCD wants to add to it. This is all put together. One part Building Standards Commission coordination. So you introduce the model codes, state agencies to a large room with the Building Standards Commission, stir until lumpy, bake in public hearings for 3 years, and bam, you got enforceable codes. We could argue about enforceable, but yeah, they're there. So the California Building Code, Part 2, Volume 1, there's the dry part. One of these books that I showed you earlier has essentially your framework for the building division and how it runs. And I just threw a couple of them here. There's a handful more like fees, appeals board, that sort of thing. And if you'd like more information on that, I can bring that to your board later. But I wanted to focus on the creation and really get to the meat of it with our permits and inspections, plan check, that sort of thing. We're jumping right into it with the permits. Permits are required for all construction. Rather than give you a list of what is required, to give you a list of what is exempted or exceptions to this code. Everything requires a permit, except, and here's a few of them that I've provided. Oil derricks I threw in there. They made it clear that we're not supposed to inspect those. Somebody, not that they're unregulated, somebody else is supposed to do that. And when I talk about minor trade work, really, there's a list of each trade. Here's what you can do without permits. And what it amounts to is basic maintenance. If you're replacing the switch on that wall, you don't need a permit. If you're running a circuit with that switch, then you need a permit, that sort of stuff. As soon as it becomes something that could be hazardous, beyond what you would do to yourself accidentally, then you really need to come get a permit. Okay, so if you need to get a permit, there is an application process, and every jurisdiction is different, but it all comes from this section. We are required to review it and demonstrate that it's valid, and it's all handled differently per jurisdiction. We'd love to have something uniform that everyone does, but essentially everyone knows that, hey, if you submit an application, here are the minimum requirements for this jurisdiction. In our case, actually, I jumped the gun here. We'll talk about plan review in just a second. Oh, there it is. All right. So where does plan review fit in? Section 107 of the code actually requires that construction documents be submitted as part of the building application. So by virtue of being in the application, it is therefore required to be examined for completeness and to meet minimum code standards. That's really how that all locks in. And the construction document requirements are fairly specific in the building code. Just for brevity, I just put that code section in there. During plan review, we review all the required documents, not just the building plans, but the items that the state requires, local regulations, any reference documents related directly to engineering or to pre-manufactured items, product listings and installation standards. Even if you have a dishwasher that is solar powered and bakes the food off your plates, it's unusual. We're going to want to see a document on how that's set up. And then I probably want to know the price because I'll want to own one. We don't have to follow those rules for engineers, right? Actually, we do. They have a license. They have a responsibility to provide certain information, and by virtue of their license, they understand that they're required to provide a good product. At the same time, though, they're required to follow the building codes. Building codes do require that their plans be reviewed as well. So regardless of designer, documents are required to be complete and they're required to be reviewed. And in that vein, though, a few years ago there was a lot of discussion amongst licensed design professionals because it was felt that plans examiners working for jurisdictions were required to be engineers because they were reviewing the work of an engineer. And so there was quite a bit of discussion, and it all fell back to the General Services Department of Consumer Affairs. I'll show you that. I'm going to read anything that's in italicized. I intend to read, unless we're running behind. So as long as the review of plans is ministerial in nature and does not include actual engineering decisions, code officials do not need a license to perform plan reviews. The process of review may include review of basic engineering design, checking for code compliance, checking mathematical accuracy, and checking consistency between the calculations, the plans, and the specifications. As long as we're only doing that, we're not acting as an engineer, and that's really all we do. It's important to note that checking consistency between calculations and plans, there's sometimes a great deal of information in the engineering. We don't want to see all the math on the plans, but if there's a special connection, we want to see that. Why? What happens is if an engineer designs something special and it's not on the plans, the builder's not going to know it, and neither is the building inspector. So sometimes we get the question, well, why do I have to have that on the plans? I've seen it as a building official. The engineers designed it. There is a history of this connection, but has that builder seen it? Has my entry-level inspector seen it? So sometimes we do see some things on the plans that would cause you to scratch your head, but when you think about it, if you're scratching your head, what do you think the guy out in the field is going to do? So we do ask for it. Going directly to inspections. Every adopted code has required inspections built into it. So by adopting the code, we're adopting minimum inspection criteria. And here's a list from the California Building Code, starting from foundation through energy efficiency. Finals really kind of locked up at the end after we cover a few more things. But the one thing I want to point out here is any building division will do the minimum required unless something comes up in the community that is important enough that it needs to be inspected as a separate inspection. So if something, here's a good example. We do 2 inspections for re-roofs. We do a roof nail after they've torn off and fixed all dry rot, and then we do a roof cover final. Okay, so there's 2. San Joaquin County and that whole area, they do 3. They check before the plywood's put on to make sure that any combustible debris is removed from the attic and the structure is safe before you put the plywood on. They do this because there were issues in that region that led to a whole lot of discussions and some rulemaking. They decided to add that extra quality control measure in there. So really, this is the core. And every jurisdiction sees a different need and fills that need as they need to help for quality assurance and public safety. Continuing on, though, there's the other inspections. That's what we discussed. Any inspections that the building official deems necessary in order to ascertain compliance. We also have special inspections. Chapter 17 has specific requirements if you're using certain materials. Concrete over 3,000 psi, it needs to be tested. Certain types of structural steel and steel connections need to be checked. This isn't that they're doing it and we're not. They do an added level of inspection. It's a third-party verification that is required. And we like to avoid that whenever possible, but if it is a requirement in Chapter 17 or you use an engineer and he's really concerned about something, he'll say, I want someone else to get a set of eyes on that too. If he puts it on the plans, that's what we generally ask for before we even get out there. Has your special inspector seen this? And then you have your final inspection. All work authorized by the permit is complete. And we'll sign off on it, and we'll issue a certificate of occupancy certifying that we have seen it, it does meet the minimum code standards, and away you go. So now that we have the basics, we got some italicized again. This is directly out of the code, and I want to say that this has grown tremendously. The first scope essentially said, the protection of life, limb, and property. That going back to the beginning of the building code. It was protection of life, limb, and property. This is what we have now: a minimum standard for safeguarding the public health, safety, and general welfare through structural strength, means of egress facilities, stability, access to persons with disabilities, sanitation, adequate lighting and ventilation, and energy conservation, safety to life and property from fire and other hazards attributed to the built environment, and to provide safety to firefighters and emergency responders during emergency operations. So this is now everything that a building inspector is charged with doing. It wasn't just your house, your property, this is what you're doing. Now we have to consider all these other things too. If at some point a fireman gets injured going in to help someone because something wasn't built right, somewhere along that line, that was our responsibility to verify. Let's hope we're on our game. So we'll talk briefly about the evolution. Is there any questions before I go on to how we do what we do? You in the back? No. It's not their show. It's your show. We'll move on. All right. So here's the overview from 2007. This is just before the alleged Great Recession. So the permits issued, single-family dwellings, 186. I want to point that out in the building inspections themselves, 11,376. At that time, that's quite a bit of work. We had 8 inspectors. We had no plans examiners. The building inspectors did the plan check and went out and did the inspections in the field. We had no permit technicians. We had department support technicians that also fielded calls, did other work for other divisions, but their primary duty was at the counter, helping process permits and answering questions. We did have outside plan check at the time, and it was used a lot. The plan review time standard was 9 weeks, and that was regardless of the project. If you had a deck, it got stuck in the queue right behind that single-family dwelling. It's going to take 9 weeks. If you had a resubmittal, chances are it could take 9 weeks. You handled them in order as you could, and that's really that was the working model at the time. We needed 14 inspectors because of the workload. We only had 8. So the first problem we come up with is if you have one classification doing all the work, if you have a shortage, it affects everything you do in that division. I'm not just speaking as a building division. For what we do, if we have too many inspections, we have more inspectors out in the field. They're not doing plan check. If we have too much plan check, we have to roll inspections to get it done. Something suffers or everything suffers if we have too much work. So that's a model that could no longer sustain itself. Now we hit the big one. The recession begins. We lose 60 single-family dwellings right off the bat. We lose 3,000 inspections, 300 permits less than the year before. We had to lay 2 inspectors off, and we only had 2 department support techs. We still maintained the outside plan review, but that was reduced in order to meet the budgetary requirements. Problem is, we still needed 10 inspectors. We're still 4 short. Okay, and as we all knew, the indicators were it was going to get worse, and it didn't disappoint. It got worse. So the only solution here is you have to change the service model. It just couldn't sustain itself. Now, before I go into this further, I have to say that that business model was a standard business model. It was a working business model. I'm not saying anything bad about that business model, but times have changed. We had to recognize that the business model had to change. So this is how we did it. And 3 pictures really sum it up. This is what we couldn't afford to gas for. Take that in, because that's ugly. It's big, it's cumbersome, and it's meant to do one thing: make sure you comply. Okay, nobody wants to come get a permit unless they have to get a permit, and if you want that showing up to help you, you really don't, because it may embarrass you or just make you angry. It's intimidating. Look at it. There's a tread missing. If it's going to go, it's going to go in circles. Okay, this isn't the working model so much as this is what the community thought of the model. Okay, as opposed to what the community wanted, which was that. And insert your favorite red sports car here. Boy, that's economical. It doesn't take a lot of gas. There's only one person driving it, and it's fast. And it's red. You're going to get a ticket driving this. This is the absence of administration here. We want to build. We don't need a permit. We don't want a permit. We know what we're doing. Yes, you do. You know how to drive that car really fast. We're going to run past the stop sign at some point, which you saw with the Great Chicago Fire and the Great Baltimore Fire. Ran past the stop sign. Okay, so we can't do this either. As much as it's appealing, I'd love to have one in my garage, but we can't do it. So let's compromise a bit. And if you haven't seen that before, that is a movie prop from a movie where a man dresses up like a bat and punishes criminals. I'm trying not to crush any trademark violations here, so speak up. All right. So, flying mammal, yes. Flying rats, excellent. So, take that in for a moment. It doesn't take as many resources. Okay, less people to drive it, but this has more than one purpose. It's nimble. It is sturdy. It can take a hit. It is flexible. It's meant to do more than one thing. It's meant to help people no matter where you're at. It's a little intimidating, yes, but government is for anybody walking through the door and they don't know any better. Until they start working with us and they realize we're here to help. No one should be upset about us showing up riding in that, unless, of course, you were the Joker. Or, there's the trademark. Somebody's going to sue somebody. So here's how we change the service model. We do an engine tear down. Who's done any engine work? You ever notice how when you put it back together, there's always a bolt missing? Okay, so we're going to put it back together, and we're going to leave a bunch of stuff in the corner. Okay, we're going to look for what works. And by definition, what works isn't, yes, this works. It's, does it work for the community? If it doesn't work for the community, I don't care how fast it's running. It's technically broke. We need to go back and start again. So we start auditing standard practices. Identify the basic requirements. What is the code minimum? We're not trying to enforce everything that other people like in other jurisdictions. What's the code really mean, and how can we plug it in here? Identify traditional methods that, not the methods in the field, mind you. The construction traditions are important, but as it relates to this, the traditions of how we run this division, are they out of date? Do we need to change them? Okay, tradition is important, but when it comes to a service model, acknowledging them is important, but if it's too bad, you got to move on. And that's what we just had to do. If you have any work repetition, you're wasting time. One of our presidents once said, trust but verify. If we're verifying 3 times, then we don't trust. And the more trust we build into this, the faster this goes. So we have to eliminate some of that. So how do we speed it up? We go back to the basics. We break service traditions that don't work. We improve flexibility in order to evolve over time. And we build a system to improve functions while acknowledging acceptable levels of human behavior. Government's not perfect, no matter how hard we try to be perfect. And when we try to be perfect, we slow things down. We need a working model that is effective. If you could put it on a scoreboard, you're pulling a 95%. Okay. Little things happen here or there. This is all just paper. Building permits are paper. What matters is that person can build their project in a safe manner, and we have some oversight to guide them through it so the end product everyone feels good about. And so sometimes mistakes happen. We acknowledge the mistakes, or we do our best to make it right. We learn from it. We move on. We don't build it so tight that it can't go anywhere. So philosophy begins to form here. The code is the standard. The code is more flexible now than ever, at least in the 18 years I've been doing this. I mean, from the point that I was a permit technician till now, till 7 years ago, the code continued to get more and more rigid, especially when it came to earthquake regulations. It just continued to get out of control, and I know that builders that are seated right here understand that seismic design category 3, when there's never been an earthquake here ever, that's a huge problem for us, right? Well, the code doesn't do that anymore. It's site-specific, and we need to be able to interface individually with each individual person and their lot and their engineer and make sure that they get everything they can. The new residential code, some of these lots out here qualify for lead-in bracing again. How long has it been since you've seen that? How about crushed rock foundations? It's in there. You can use it again. But that also means that as time marches on, there are new codes in other areas that no one's heard of that we need to start enforcing. So rather than have a bunch of definitions that are locked into our ordinance code, we strip those out. We don't need that. The code is the standard. The code is flexible. We can work with that. So we went with it. Local changes had to go in favor of that. We use the letter and the intent of the code, and the full intent of the code. Okay, the code may say one thing, but if you plug it in a job site, it just doesn't fit. What was the code there for? And is it that important? Okay, and I know as a code official saying, is it that important is kind of scary. But if you know that the reason why the air conditioner in an attic has to be 20 feet away is because a tin benders union on the East Coast lobbied for it so they didn't have to walk so far to get to the equipment, when it's 21 feet, we could probably let that slide and just educate the guy that, hey, on the next time you build a house, make sure it's 20. I think we go a lot further than slamming the door, right? So, and some of these codes are like that, some of them not so much. So we put on a new set of eyes and look at this. We educate first and enforce if necessary. Educating the public does a lot more for us on the front side than enforcement on the back side. But I do want to say that enforcement is an important tool. It is one of the key features of code regulation. If you don't have an enforcement end, it doesn't matter. Jay Salazar, building official in Vacaville, he did a thesis on code compliance and permit processes, and he found that even if you have the best possible permitting, inspections, plan review, you're still going to get 75% compliance. 25% of your community is just not going to come get a permit for whatever reason. And that number is growing in my mind because the model has changed out there. Most people come in and get a permit 20 years ago because it was morally the right thing to do. We're going to go get a permit. Okay, now that model has slowly changed. It's more financial in nature. We're getting a permit because if we don't, we can't get our loan. Or, pick your favorite stopping the project here because you don't get a permit. But for those who don't need insurance, have a private lot that they own and are going to live in until they die, there's a chance that they may decide, you know what, that permit is not worth me purchasing, and they're not going to do that. And there's your 25%. So as we look at this, we'll hit on that a few more times, but I'm not going to get into code compliance until our next visit. So the philosophy basics are this. We are educators first. Of the three things we are, administrator, enforcer, educator, and education first. We can't administer and simply give them the code without explaining what it is, or we end up in the enforcement thing for almost anybody. We need to guide people through the process, and that is why that's so important. So that's the linchpin. We need to communicate. We need to educate first. communication means not just talking with everyone, but listening to everyone. So I'm talking to you right now, explaining the requirements to your board, but unless I listen to what your needs are, I'm not really doing anything functional. Not just that, though. Talking with the building industry association, listening to what they have to say, listening to what the realtors have to say, listening to what the individual out there building one on their own has to say, and continually monitoring to see, are we missing something important here? Is there something that we can improve? Making an improvement and walking away from it means that 10 years ago or 10 years from now we're tearing down the system again and doing it all over again. Let's keep it flexible and build good ideas as they come up by listening to everybody in the community. And applying a method of consistency that's a little different. Uniformity and conformity was the rule for many years. That was the mantra from building organizations. Uniformity and conformity. Everybody does the same thing the same way. That no longer flies, especially with the new regulations and the new model for customers out there. What we should be doing is applying the code based on individuals, just like the code intended, building to a specific decision model. Anybody ask me a code question, the first answer is it depends. It's not yes or no. That depends, because what is your condition? What is your structure? Where do you intend to build it? How big is it going to be? Who's going to be living in it? We have to ask a set number of questions, and I empower staff to do that as well. We all have the same question book, not rule book or answer book, question book, so that once we get through those questions, no matter what answer we give, it will be the most appropriate in most situations. And if we've made an error, it's an honest error. We thought it through thoroughly within a minute, and we can provide that. And that's how we speed the process up. Rather than spending 10 minutes to dig through a book to find a yes or no answer, there's really no way to do it anymore with all the exceptions. We find the code, we take a second, we think about these things, we ask them the right questions, we give them their answer, and they don't have to wait for the building official to make a determination. Everybody participates. And we use proven models. The building inspector is a building inspector. He's not a soils engineer, he's not a plans examiner, he's a building inspector. We have permit technicians. They have a specific job. Everybody knows a little bit about each other's job to help out in a pinch, but if you're a specialist, you know 2/3 of the book pile that I tried to represent there. The other specialist knows the other third. This is how we work together to move this through faster. So reorganization to match that philosophy. We streamline plan review. As I said before, we gut out everything's duplication. We shotgun it, and everyone gets one look and a verification, and it's out the door. Specialty classifications for plans examiners and permit technicians were necessary in order to speed things up. And we created time and quality standards for everything we did. So our building inspections, and I'll be proving that in just a second with a couple of neat handouts. Everything has a time, roughly. Everything has a standard, roughly. And the community knows this, or if they don't know, we can provide it to them. Here's what to expect when we get here. Here's what to expect when you drop these things off. This is the stuff that we have to do to make sure that it runs smoothly. They know what to expect. There's no delays. The net effects are we reduce a 9-week standard to 2 to 4 weeks, depending on the project. Increase overall effectiveness, increased efficiency, quicker response to industry changes, and a greater level of customer service specific to the needs of each individual customer. And we did it by educating first, and we continue to do that. Since the codes change every 3 years, we have to continue to provide update data, and not in the form of a handout. Me and staff rotate out, go get the training necessary for the next code cycle, which is happening, by the way. 1st of July, we should get a new set of codes that we have to adopt by next January. That means that there will be a bunch of code update stuff that I'll be going to so that I can write a bunch of new training that's free to the public. We've offered it every 3 years. We continue to do that. Anybody in the community can show up, have some pizza, learn about electrical code, hear the changes to the building code. And in addition to that, now we can provide those as handouts that you can see on our website. Communication, open discussion with other divisions, and I just mentioned the building industry and the realtors, but what are other agencies doing? What are what are interdepartmental groups doing? What laws are affecting them that are going to affect how we interface with other members of our government? We have to know these things, and we have to continue to communicate and listen to their needs as well, or we lose speed in the side that no one sees. Our entire permit process, beginning with applications through to code compliance. As I said, code compliance is important. I did put it there, but we're not going to talk about that yet. But we will go through applications, the review process briefly, hit the inspections, and then talk once again about the community support. Any questions before I move on? Okay. So permit processing, unless it can, well, let me take that back. Unless you have plan review as a requirement, we can do it over the counter. And some things that have been plan review, we have determined that we didn't need plans. We could check it in a field, and it becomes over the counter. For instance, for many years, solar systems were required to be plan reviewed because the knowledge wasn't there. The technology wasn't entirely tested. It was better to get it on the plans and get it known and then get it inspected. Well, time has marched on. Things are more efficient. Everything now is plug and play. You snap it together, and ta-da, you got solar power. So the building inspectors know this information. We don't we don't need to plan check this anymore. The contractors are proficient. Our inspectors are proficient. No need to spend an extra step and charge the customer for that. Let's just get it done over the counter. And so that's what we did. Review for submittal are basically the number of dead trees you see there. Plan submittals can be waived in some circumstances. Generally, small additions, or if there's things that just we don't see the necessity after calling planning and calling engineering and calling environmental health to counter. If everyone's okay with what's happening there, there's no need to take it in if we can get it over the counter. We can waive it, say, okay, just have this in the field. We can trust the inspector to follow up with you. Going back to trust, we want to build more trust. If we know we can do it without having to prove it on paper, get it out the door. Permit processing. All submittals required are reviewed for completeness. Whether it's over the counter or not, it's not just the application that's complete. If you have an engineered set of plans, we do want to see the math behind it. We want the engineers set. If there's trusses are engineered, please give us 2 copies of that. We review everything to make sure it all lays in together nicely. So not just for the benefit of meeting code, but for the benefit of the builder out there reading those plans and the inspector. If the inspector has to recheck the plans in the field to make sure that he's doing the job right, we're repeating work and we're delaying what could be an hour-long inspection into 3. That doesn't help anybody, especially the guy waiting in line for the next inspection. All documents are received date stamped. Reviewed deposit is received, and we assign a permit number and shoot it in 2 directions. Half of it goes for all the departments to look at. The rest of it's checked by us. And it all comes together in the end at a plan review, correction letter, or an approval. Come in and pick up your permit. In order to make it run that fast and reduce the repetition, plan review standards are necessary. Also time. In order to know we have enough people, we have to know how long it's going to take. So time standards are important. In addition, we need to be flexible enough to say we're not just going to put it in the queue and get to it when we get to it. Every type of permit has a different plan review standard. We'll get these done in 2 weeks. We'll get this one done in, it's a heavy commercial. It's going to take 4 weeks. It's a single-family dwelling. It's going to take 2 to 3. Re-reviews are even quicker. We've already seen it once. All we want to see is the stuff that got changed. We can get that done in 5 days. So we have a quality standard. We have a time standard, completely based on the project type, and it's generally tracked in days. And to do that, we have a bag of tricks. Redlining, everybody's heard about who has brought in a set of plans. But redlining is generally reserved for the stuff we need to get on the page. It's a code requirement to get it out the door and get it approved. We have do's and don'ts. We do whenever there are limited corrections that don't affect the safety of the structure. Why not? Get it out the door. We don't want to see it again. We want them to build. We want them to get started on their projects. We don't if there's any engineering decisions. Now, that's not to say that if the engineering has one type of beam spec'd out and the plans show something else, we'll give them a call and say, hey, can I just redline this in? But if it's a decision that has to be made by the engineer, we got to stop right there. We don't have the license, going back to the previous item. Third-party plan review is still available. We do have 2 contracts. If anybody wants it, they can do it. If they want to try and get it through faster and pay the expedited plan review fees and get it fired out in a couple of days from one of our third-party contracts, we can negotiate that and get that done for them. But it's rarely done. And the reason why is because our inspectors are local. Our plan reviewers are local. We know the local needs of the community. We know how to interface with the contractor, and it's not a dry process. It's a negotiation process. Anybody going through a third party, they don't know this community. They don't know any of the intricacies or traditions, and therefore it becomes dry, and sometimes it does cause problems. So the contractors do prefer to come through us, and we appreciate that. We limit the review of plan revisions. If they're small, we don't want to see them. If it's a broken truss and you've got to fix in the field, don't bring it into the office. Have it ready for the inspector. We don't need to review a fix for broken truss and spend 10 days in the review process. Have it ready. It's simple enough. We can get it done in the field. And there's a handful of things out there that it's sped up just by looking at it in the field, and that's what we prefer to do. Master plans is one of our other fun tricks. Rather than check every single set of plans in a subdivision, we ask the developer to bring in, if they want to participate, one set of plans for each model. And essentially we check that set of plans, we put it on file, and we say this is good. And from there on, every permit issued for that subdivision, we don't have to do the review of the plans. We process the application and route the site plan, and out you go. Instead of a 3-week process, it's a 1-week process to turn it around, and the fees are slightly less on the backside. And here's a good example. So if it's a 1,500 square foot dwelling, I've got the standard fee at the time. That may have changed, but that was at the time $1,700 and change. The master plan fee for the first one to do the plan review is $1,871, and if it's a complex one, we'll charge a little extra for hourly for over 8. But everything after that's $1,245. So if you're doing 30 homes, that adds up fast, and it does speed up the review process. It also helps out quite a bit with inspections. After an inspector's been through 1 or 2 of each plan, it becomes very fast. The contractor and the inspector get dialed, and it flows very nicely. So in summary, by creating these positions, plans examiner, permit technicians, and locking them into the process we have here, we have consistently faster plan review times. We have a greater level of consistency and accuracy. We have the ability to process permits based on project type, easily tracked and reported workflow. Any of you have a question, I can print out a report on something that fast, get you information on any project we have. We have flexible review options. We have also, this is the important part that we didn't have going into this business model, is that we can absorb temporary shortages without a huge pile up. Maybe 1 to 5 day delay if we lose a few people, but it's not a 4-week or 5-week delay. We're not looking at, since we put this in place, we've had staff reductions twice, and each time we lost no more than 8 days for the duration until we could retool. That's significant compared to the 9-week turnaround, and it's due to a lot of hard work on the part of my staff. So none of my staff are here. All right. Well, I'll have to say thank you again later. So for inspections, in order to simplify inspections, clear standards. We don't just give them the book and say go. We don't ride around from a week and cut them loose. Here's a checklist of everything we expect you to look at. Okay, no code sections are in there. Just here's what you look at. Okay, here's your framing requirements. Here's your electrical requirements. Here's your plumbing requirements. That way, if at any time they're not sure, they can go through the list. Also, if the customer wants to know when it's ready, he has that list. Okay. Greater electronic inspection reporting means that if they lose the correction list, we can print it out for them from any computer in our office. Yeah. And now we can see them online. We'll get to that a little more later. We still got time. All right. Inspection standards include time, and everything that we have is shared with any customer who wants a copy. Here's a basic rundown of our time standards for building inspections. They're still accurate, even though we've had some pretty dramatic increases in what we're supposed to look at in frames and at finals as it relates to energy efficiency and green building. These are still fairly accurate. This is an example of our one of our inspection standards. They've been improved since this to identify when we would consider work not ready. That way, no one's is surprised if we show up and say, hey, look, your job's not ready. They'll know if certain items aren't done or there's enough items not done, then we would consider it not ready. We don't want to spend a lot of time writing up 40 correction items for this guy when this guy's waiting on a re-roof before it rains. So having educated the builder, provided them with the appropriate list, and us showing up to make sure that list is fulfilled, it does speed things up quite a bit. And now we have electronic inspections. Right here, so hold on to your trust hat. If we're not there to do the inspection and we're just looking at pictures, is it an inspection? And the answer is yes. If we're doing the exact same job, we're seeing the exact same thing. Can we do that all the time? No. What we can do, though, is on simple inspections, on simple projects like re-roofs, solar roof mount, that sort of thing. It's gotten to the point where things are so simple now that if we can get a picture of it, in some cases we're dramatically speeding up their process because they don't have to wait for us. We don't have to burn gas getting out there, and sometimes we have much better compliance because they will take pictures of things that were usually covered by the time we get there. There's only a few building divisions doing this. Marin County started it with re-roofs, and between me and Bill Kelly over there, we put our heads together and expanded it into several over-the-counter permit types that we can take advantage of electronic inspection. And now that we have online permitting, we are going to carry that over to see how it works because it's even faster now. Okay, so this is a copy of the self-certification form for your re-roof. They take pictures. They fill this out with all the appropriate code sections, and if they don't know them, they can look them up. They get this sign to say, I did this right, and here are the pictures to prove it. We get all that information. We spend the same amount of time reviewing the pictures than we would walking the roof. But this time we're not accidentally violating OSHA stuff by not having the appropriate harness. Oh. You got a harness? No, I got it. Yeah, I heard you. All right. So somebody out there got it. All right. So the residential re-roof permit, for every electronic inspection, we have this picture instruction. It is no different than us saying, I need to get to this area. I need to have a picture of this. If you provide those pictures and the correct information is present, you pass. If you didn't provide the pictures or we find an error, stop right there, fix that, and get me a new picture. So that's how we drive on with most of these things. So over-the-counter permits, anything that doesn't need plans, we get it done, and here's the list. Most of these are now online. We'll get into that in a little bit. And how we make it efficient. Flat fees, first off. We know what to expect when we get there now. It's not based on valuation. It's not a sliding chart. This is how much it costs for us to do business. They pay for it. They get their permit. Single application. We don't have an application for each type. We have one application. The land development application works for everything. We have automatic permit generation. No one has to handwrite anything. Okay? And we do have limited cross-training. Most people in the office understand the triggers at the front counter to know when we have to stop and get a planner, stop, get the fire department. You know, do we have to do a design or a historical design review or something like that? Our staff is trained to recognize those things so that we don't have to get a planner every time. Okay. And how do you improve on something so easy? We continue to enhance our public access to information. Our website shows that now. If you check the building department page, the information page has 3 times more data than it has before. Handouts for anything you think of, including how to negotiate our online permit process. It also has our current training PowerPoints. So anything that is an inspection standard you can find, and the training to back up that you can find. Web-based permit processing is our new toy, and so far it's working. So we'll see how well it goes in the future. I'm expecting it to be used quite a bit. About a little over half of our permits end up being over the counter. So if they can get it without having to drive down here, that helps everyone. So on to the demonstration. Your online permit tracking. Who can use it? The general public can search for anything. If they don't have their own login or access, they can get on there and search for permit records. They can search for project information. Anything that you could normally walk into our counter and ask for a copy of and legally receive it is what you can find. But if you're registered, you have the ability to apply for permits and manage those permits or any permits that you've obtained in the past online, and it looks kind of like this. This is the front page, and if you notice up at the top where it says login, that'll be, if you have a login, you can toggle between public or contractor and enter your information. If you try to enter your contractor information when it says public, it'll ask you where you're going. It's not going to know. So that is one thing that we are having trouble with. So anybody watching public access tonight, make sure that you place that on the right one. So it's all very intuitive. It's all very open. You can search for anything. As soon as you hit apply, pay fees, estimator, or schedule inspections, it's going to ask you for a login. It's going to make you go through that process. If you're doing property searches or permit searches by property address, the best thing to do is just put the number address, just the number itself, and it'll find every address with that number. You pick the one you want, and you're in. You can see all the data for that address, including all the permits, all the fees for each permit. Like I said, everything that you can take a photocopy of and take home with you, you can see. The difference is, though, if you have a login, you're allowed to attach items to active documents or active permits that you have. You're allowed to request inspections. Anyone can print the permit or print the inspections. They can't schedule them unless they have a login and the permit is active. To get a permit, there's 4 simple steps, and it's really very simple to, or very comparable to any of the purchasing websites that you would go to. You have an account, you put in all the appropriate information. In the end, they're going to ask you for money, and ta-da, you can print your permit. Starting at the beginning, as soon as you pick one, though, it does give you, in blue, a handout that tells you what additional information we need to approve your project. You're going to get a permit. It's going to be in progress, or it's going to say in progress. You call us or email us the information we need. We turn it into an active permit, and you're ready to get inspections. It's that quick. Once you get the 4 steps, that's what the permit looks like. And what we've also done to make this easy is we built the inspections directly into each type of permit that you can get online. So if you get a re-roof, you're going to show in that corner a pre-roof and a final. Those inspections are waiting for you to schedule. So there's no confusion over, I didn't know I needed that inspection. If someone gets one online as an owner builder, they know I have 2 inspections. Okay. All the appropriate information is provided. You can print it any time you want, and anybody can print it. No different than if they came into the counter. The dashboard looks like this, and it's unique to the individual for all the work that they've done. If it's a contractor logging in, every open permit's going to show up in their open permit applications, their active permits. You can request inspections, pay fees, print records, look at your inspection request information, look at corrections. It's in real time. So if we have access to Wi-Fi, we can enter the data on our iPhone, put the corrections in, and it'll show up as soon as it uploads from the phone that, hey, this was the result of your inspection, and they can print that information. In addition, if we request additional data, they don't have to have it on the job site. They can upload it. You can take a picture of it and upload it directly to the permit. And the inspector can see that from his phone or from the web. Permit inspection request looks like this. You can schedule that up to 7 days in advance. And it'll pop up at the right place when we run the report for the day of the inspection. You can cancel up to 7 in the morning. So there's no misunderstanding. You can chop it off right there while we're scheduling. It'll drop off the list. No miscommunication. Works out great. This is our fee estimator. Now, right now, it's only set up for the online permits, and that fee is wrong. This is our test window. So just to let you know that fee is less than what you're showing there. So for anybody watching on public access tonight that's a solar provider, don't panic. You put in the value and the type of permit, and it tells you what the cost is. As we move forward, part of the future is to build in basic fees for larger projects so that, for instance, if you want an estimation on $500,000 2-story dwelling, You could set it up to do this, but we're just not there yet. So just communication and figuring out what we need to do to throw those levers to make that work for everybody. The permit reporting, this is a tool that we had to generate a report, turn it into PDF, put it on our website every month in order to have some customers provide them access to this. Now they need a login. They can run it for whatever month, day, year, years, and get all the information on issued permits or final permits. So it cuts a lot of work out of our side of things, but it also speeds it way up for them. They don't have to wait for it to be posted on the website and get it whenever they want. So what are we looking at for the future? This permit system is designed to issue permits, not building permits. So as we move forward, and as you've put forward to each development agency or a division, if there is a need for or an ability that they can take and make things online, they can take advantage of the system as well. We're testing it. We'll break it several times, and then we'll see where it goes from there.
So you're saying like environmental health and things like that?
Correct. So as we move forward with this, it gives them the opportunity to
tie in.
Look at how they can interface with this. Now, I'm not going to say that you're going to be able to get your septic over the... Can we get septic online? Can we do that? Minor repairs. All right. So we're already working forward on that. See, man, I caught you. You were prepared. Well done. Okay, so that electronic plan review is the next big step. It used to not work for anybody in the state. With this kind of software and with a few extra little tweaks, it's possible to start doing electronic plan check. So that's the next big step. And we're pretty scared yet excited to take a look at that. So that's all I got. If you got any questions, now's the time.
John.
And look, it was done in an hour.
You have to take credit for all the comments from the board as well.
Yeah.
So, Supervisor Gray.
Doug, great presentation. I think it'll give great presentation. I think give the general public a good idea what you really have to go through in your department. But what I want to do is compliment you and your department on the change in the way that things are being done. The professionalism is so much better than it was 8 years ago. So really, kudos to all the work you have. I have a little bit of experience, and I got to say, years ago I had some bad experiences, and the things that you have done has really changed that. So much better environment, like what you're doing. Let's go to the future.
Staff has worked really hard on this. I appreciate it.
Anybody else? I just got one question for you. If we just happen to have a committee of the public come up, do you think we would get the same briefing from them on their view of our building department? And if not, do we have mechanisms in place to really get a feel for how well we're doing from their perspective as well? And could you explain those briefly?
You've been thinking about that one a while, haven't you? So I'm very confident that we get a similar review. The grand jury was very complimentary when they came through and took a look at our building division on the processes that we put forward. So I'm confident that we would get a very similar review. In that vein, though, because of the flexibility we've built in here, whenever there's a negative review, we go back to the drawing board. So I would say that anything that comes forward thus far is, first and foremost, it's growing pains because the industry continues to change. And as that happens, we're prepared to review everything and see if we can get another 2 horsepower out of it.
Okay, thank you. You made it in 32 minutes, or an hour and 2 minutes. Thanks.
Wasn't counting questions. So.
Okay. You get credit for all of it. County Clerk, can you read our second one? Oh,
Public comment.
Oh, I'm sorry. Public comment on this. That's very important. Public comment. Come on, guys. Okay. No public comment.
Come on, John.
Second
All right.
130.
This is a presentation by Representative representatives of the Building Industry Association and Tuolumne County Association of Realtors concerning obstacles to builders building starter homes and workforce housing, and consideration of providing direction regarding this issue.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Before we get started, I'd like to open this thing up. First of all, I'd like to recognize Terrence Rogers from RCRC, who's visiting with us for this presentation. He's the economic development guy from RCRC, and thanks for coming down. Okay, you heard a lot of my comments earlier today about workforce housing, and so we've been discussing this in the Housing Policy Committee for a while, and very frankly, backing up just a minute, when I first became a supervisor, we had an inclusionary ordinance, and I didn't exactly like it because I didn't think it was doing anything. It didn't, at least it didn't appear to be. We weren't building inclusionary housing in the county, and we modified it to try and incentivize things, and guess what? We haven't built any inclusionary housing other than Habitat for Humanity since then. So something's not right. And then when Mr. Lemke came up and gave his presentation last year on a development, an infill development, and I started realizing that everything that's been built in the workforce area has been built on failed prior developments. And they've been one or two units when they haven't built, and again, nothing serious has been built in a long time. So I asked Mike, I said, Mike, based on some things I got from the real estate people, I said, $250,000, what can you build? And then as we started working on that, what are the impediments to building? What's really there? What isn't there? So what our intent today is to ask Kathy Burby, first of all, from the real estate business, to come up and tell us what's really out there. And we want to deal with both home ownership and rental, and what's there. And is there a demand? Is there a need? And I'd like to get my good friend Mr. Edwards to come up from Yosemite Title and tell us about buildable lots and what's really out there. I mean, we hear all these people go through and look at all these tentative developments, but they're not really lots. And they talk about, you hear numbers in 12 and 15,000. They aren't there. And he's going to tell you what's really there. Then we're going to have Mike come up and tell you what workforce housing looks like in Tuolumne County, and then Ron Koff's going to come up and talk about our process and the impediments in doing things. Because my ultimate goal is to try and see if we can find a way to commercially, market-based build affordable housing, workforce housing. That term gets out there, but workforce housing, so that in fact we have a chance to get some economic development in the county. I know it's a chicken egg. We talked about that, and you mentioned that, Supervisor Gray, and it is a chicken egg, but somewhere we got to get started and make something happen. So, somebody's got to lay an egg. I'm not laying an egg. Okay, first of all, Kathy, tell us what the real estate world really looks like.
Okay, so currently happening right now, there are 299 active residential properties for sale. The median list price is $299,000, with an average list price of $369,516. So there are 29 houses listed for sale between $200,000 and $225,000, and 24 of those houses are between the ages of 35 and 75 years old. There are 17 listings between $175,000 and $200,000, and 16 of those listings are between 35 and 75 years old. We have 111 residential lots under 1 acre for sale. 50% of these are scattered throughout Pine Mountain Lake Homeowners Association. The rest of the lots are scattered around the county, with many of them located in subdivisions that were developed 40 years ago, such as Ponderosa Hills, Crystal Falls, Sonora Meadows, and Cedar Ridge. These lots have not been built on in the last 40 years because the topography makes them very expensive lots to develop and build on, if they are even buildable. 1/3 of the available lots are priced at or below $15,000. Many of these lots have been on the market for over a year. An example being a 3rd-acre lot in Pine Mountain Lake offered for $1,500. It's been on the market for over a year. Makes you think it's probably not a buildable lot. Local property managers are reporting well-qualified people, professional people, on a waiting list for rental properties. We do not have sufficient inventory to meet current demand for workforce housing, either in ownership or rentals. We currently have less than a 4-month inventory of property on the market right now. So I did bring some handouts for you if you'd like them, for each of you.
Can you just, can I get you to come back up? I got just a question to ask while you're doing it. When you spoke about the median and the average price, that speaks to a very skewed distribution, does it not?
How so? What do you mean?
Well, the
by
median
skewed?
was like $225-ish thousand, and the mean, the average, was up almost 400,000, 380,000 or something, if I remember right.
Supervisor.
Right.
I'm
At
sorry.
the end of 2015, the median was.
The median's 299, and the average is 369. The reason the average is higher is because the deviation on the high side is much greater than the deviation
Right. We
on
have
the low
several
side.
properties listed over $1 million,
Yeah.
so that does skew that, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Now it's your turn.
Bob Edwards from Yosemite Title. I compiled a list of residential vacant lots, and I put them in 4 categories. And each list, and I have them available here for those that want to look at them, they go by assessor's number. Then I have an owner and a brief description of what they are. Some of them are subdivisions. Some of them are parcel maps. Some of them could go back as far as prior to the Subdivision Map Act. Couldn't look at every one individually. If you go through this list, you'll see that some of them are owned by developers, but not very many. Most of these are owned by other individuals, just various individuals. And I did it in 4 categories. I started with 0 to 10,000 square foot, and I come up with 484 lots. I went from 10,000 square foot lots to 25,000. Came up with 520. I went from 25,000 to 43,000, which is basically an acre. Came up with 309. And then the biggest list was an acre to approximately 2 acres, which now we're getting out of workforce housing with the larger size, but we had 1,219 lots. Now these are vacant residential land, and I compiled these. We have a program that we use in our office to get all kinds of information, and we use them directly from the assessor's office in Tuolumne County. And this one has 1,219, so we've got pretty close to 2,500 vacant residential lots. And they're all owned by various people. And I have those, I have them on, I can email those to you where you can expand and see the complete ownership, the complete legal description, as well as the APN.
That total again, Bob?
The total You want each category?
No,
it was around almost 2,500.
That's 2 acres or less.
Yeah. And I base that on trying to get to workforce or affordable housing. And I know that vacant residential lots in a larger size probably are less than any of the other categories.
These aren't necessarily on the market because...
Oh, no. These have nothing to do with what's on the market. Most of these lots are already spoken for. They're owned by somebody else other than a developer. Now, some of these are, if you look at this list, you'll see that some of them still are. Example in here is Chaparral Heights. That project, the third phase and second phase, they were done just before the tragedy hit where we had a little recession. And those are still available, and I'm sure they're on the market, but they got caught up in the downturn where the building and so forth dropped off.
Can you, I don't know, you probably can't answer this, but are any of these things concentrated close together? Chaparral Heights maybe, but...
Some of them, and it's in various amounts. There might be 2 or 3 lots, and they might not be right next to each other, but for example, in Apple Valley Estates or ranches that might still be owned by the developer, or but those are not the normal. A lot of these are Pine Mountain Lake. A lot of them Lake Don Pedro subdivision. So they're all over the county.
Okay.
How many of them are Mountain Springs?
Mountain Springs, you won't find that in here.
Okay.
These are lots. These are available lots
Okay.
that, or I shouldn't say available.
Unbuilt.
They are lots that have been established by a recorded subdivision map,
Okay.
or a parcel map, or prior to either one of those requirements.
Are these all R1 or RE1? Do you know? Or is there...
That's pretty much what they are.
Okay.
And it's based on the land use that the assessor has established.
Mm-hmm.
Anything, when you get over 2 acres, you're getting into different categories there for land use.
Yeah. I know the other big factor, whether a lot of these are valuable buildable parcels, is topography and then available utilities, whether it be power, sewer, water, if it'll be...
I can recall a map being available that the county had approximately 20 years ago that showed, it had an overlay of all the different areas, and it showed where all the steep lots were, where all the poor soils were. I haven't seen it since that time, but it was displayed to a group of builders almost 20 years ago.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see out of these 2,500 parcels how many had a reasonable topography.
You can't read that on this report.
No, that's what I'm saying. They're not probably all useful, buildable lots. A lot of them are probably also owned by people that have a house next to them and want the space, and they've never merged them. Things like that as well.
Yeah, when you say merge, Pine Mountain Lake is a prime example. There was a lot more available lots, and people have bought those up for privacy. They own a home. They have, and those don't show on here.
Yeah.
Because now they're combined with a home, and they were merged to avoid the monthly dues for association dues.
Yeah.
And I'm going to make an assumption going back to something that Kathy said. I think she said there were 111 residential lots for sale, but 1/3 of those were probably in reality had very challenging issues with topography, or they'd been on the market for quite some time and at a reduced rate. So
another big factor is septic or sewer. If it's a small parcel and it doesn't have access to public sewer and it requires a septic and it's steep, trying to get a septic installed and having soils that'll percolate and all that is...
This is just what is out there.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with any of
I get
those deals.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Considering all those things, that would eliminate a lot of these. You'd be left with far, far fewer that would actually be buildable parcels.
Yeah, and
who knows how many. But.
If you wanted to get a list, I think it would show that the out-of-town owners who probably haven't built up here because they haven't retired, but the majority of these are spoken for by other people and not developers.
Yeah.
But you can see, and I'll be happy to email these lists to you folks, where you can expand them and get more information, or I'll be glad to go over them with you individually.
Okay. Thank you. I'd like to get Mike up here, and when I asked Mike what can he build affordable for, $250,000 is the number I picked. Workforce housing, and I said, you got to build this, you got to build it, and you got to make a profit, because that's kind of how the world works. I don't like the concept. I don't think it's a good working model to build on the financial graves of developers. It just doesn't make sense. So, Mike.
Thank you, Randy. It's a wonderful business to be in. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, it's a great day to live in this community. Thank you very much for this opportunity to address this very important topic. My brother and I are local home builders. I am the president of the Ptolemy County Building Industry. I serve on your Commission on Aging. We are also involved with the National Association of Home Builders Certified Aging in Place program, otherwise known as CAPS. CAPS looks at retrofitting existing, if possible, and building new homes with universal design flexibility for the modern multi-generational family. Housing demand is at a crisis level across our state. Skilled trades are in short supply. Good thing is they're commanding premium salaries. Green home building codes are now standard construction practice. Our local tradespeople propose to build environmentally balanced homes, provide local jobs for the young generations coming of age, and develop safe housing for our seniors. I'd like to take a moment and show you what I consider to be our current home building report card in Ptolemy County. Hope you can hear me. This is a chart representing a handful of interesting topics. Across the bottom is the flow of technology and how it relates to our current building sciences. Starting from the 1930s to current date 2015, I refer to all the years to the left as the traditional construction design years.
Just a second. Can we get you to use the pointer and the mic by any chance? Here you go.
Sure. Shoot over the back.
Or just, move it to where the screen is. And since we're going to do that, let's take a 5-minute break since we've been sitting here for a while.
Okay.
We'll come back in about 5 minutes, Mike, not to interrupt you, but... the break. So, Mike, you're back on.
Thank you, sir. I concur. Now, back to our report card, please. Across the bottom of this chart, you'll notice it has a reference to technological advancements in industry and specifically some building science advancements over the years. To the left of the chart, I'll refer to that as the traditional construction design years. where usually one of the more advanced environmental questions we'd ask about a person's home was, gee, is it a 2x4 or 2x6 walls? That's if it had insulation at all to begin with. That extra 2 inches made all the difference in the world. Along came the 1970s, and we had what a lot of us fondly remember as the energy crisis. And the cost to heat, fuel, and maintain our homes were just going through the roof. The traditional construction design no longer cut it. It was estimated that a traditional house design would have a window wide open, approximately 5 feet wide, 5 feet tall, wide open, every day, every night, summer, winter, fall, that there is that much penetration in the home, energy was just going out the window. And you're paying to either condition it, heat it, or what have you, just to keep your family safe. That didn't work. We had to evolve past the 2x4, 2x6 years and understand that it was a full environmental envelope of a home. Penetrations, windows, doors, plumbing systems, all the mechanical operation type of devices. We had to start stepping up. Luckily, about that time, the computer industry was unveiling itself and making it more applicable to our industry. We started to discover CAD, computer-aided design in the home, where we could start analyzing it much closer and understanding how to improve this home. A lot of us will carry a cell phone type device in our pocket. Just imagine the cell phone that you carried probably in a backpack back in the 70s versus what you have today. That is how far housing has come since then with the design trends. We also have wonderful technology being applied to our home. Solar. We're actually producing energy on a home. There's an interesting little note that I learned in my years in the solar industry. Oftentimes we referred to a 1 in 10 opportunity. For every 10 rooftop opportunities, we would have one good candidate that was going to be a solar sale. Very, very rarely, if ever, that good candidate was a new home. New homes were just too tight and did not pencil out for the payback of a solar system. You could put one on, it could be a smaller system, you could do your part to contribute, but very rarely, if ever, would those things pencil out on a new home with the advanced building sciences. Today's home is built with very high-level green building standards and codes. If we were to take a home just 3 years ago and try to take that same home and run it through a plan check and building permit and building final process, it won't fly without significant modifications to that home. Just imagine what a 1960s, 70s, and 80s home would have to go through in order to get up to current standards. Across the top of this chart, we have unit counts, homes. On the left-hand side is basis information from the United States Census based on decade for Tuolumne County. You'll see that on the far left we have the 1930s and 40s. There were some pretty big events back then, and economic growth wasn't that great. It was a challenging time for everybody. As the country started to regain its footing and have growth, we had a wonderful baby boom curve. Right around there, somewhere's my birth date, right around there. It was a great time. People were able to grow families locally. We had jobs. We had people coming from the outer areas wanting to live here, falling in love with our community, and we provided the housing for them. In the 1970s, we hit peak home build. Then it started going down, falling like a rock. By the time we hit the 1980s, 1990s, we were less than half of what our peak build was in the 1970s. If you carry on further to approximately the 2000s, mid-2000s, when the rest of the world and California was going through one of the greatest home building booms and expansion in our history, we were still falling off the cliff. By the time the bubble burst in the housing industry, 2007, 2008, we said, welcome to the party, folks. That's what it's been like for us since 2007. By 2010, things stabilized. Jobs are coming back. people's retirement accounts were starting to heal from their investments. The built up 2 to 3 years of housing inventory was getting sucked up because the jobs and growth, people were buying the homes. We were quickly entering a new housing crisis in California. We have not been able to catch up to that housing crisis yet. Tuolumne County, at 2010, the rock fell off the mountain, and we've been rolling across the floor since then. 2010, on the right-hand side, I might add, is the permit issuance count, single-family building permit issuance count pulled from our annual CRA report. 2010, we had 52 building permits. 2011, 44. 2012, 34. 2013, 33. 2014, 49. I have an estimated number there on 2015. That is my fault, my error. The report has not come out yet. I was probably a little bit more optimistic than I should be, but I have a 75 number there. It was increased this year, but not quite that much. We estimate that home builds, actual builds in 2015, might be around 57, 58 homes. The data that initially culled through identified 28. So some of the information in your packet, and incidentally, this chart is on page 20 of your report. A lot of the information that I supplied will reference the 28 building finals that we had in our community at that time. I'd like to point to the existing inventory and where we're at with that right now. And specifically, I'll refer to our general plan and housing subsection. Our county produces a home occupant survey that's sent on out to folks to get a better understanding of the existing homes that we have. Now, mind you, this is filled out by the occupant. If we were to send a professional inspector or architect, engineer, their eyes would probably catch a few more things than an occupant might. But in this survey, the questions were whether the home required a minor rehabilitation, moderate rehabilitation, substantial rehabilitation, or was just flat out dilapidated. I'd like to read to you the results of this survey and what we have currently in our housing section of the general plan. 508 units would have to be rehabilitated, and 33 dilapidated units would have to be replaced on an annual basis in Tuolumne County. So when we compare our build counts with the amount that we're losing, we see that we're barely keeping ahead of dry rot in our county. It's not a good factor at all. Not good at all. My personal home building niche puts focus on multi-generational and workforce housing needs that are also market rate affordable within our community. Sierra Meadows on Jamestown Road was a good example of what that home looks like. Within your meeting packet, you will also find examples of several fine-looking neighborhoods with nice homes in a $250,000 price range. You'll find that most all those are offered in other adjacent counties. We don't have them here. To achieve this goal, we need adjacent finished lots with sustainable workflow for the 35 plus different trades and vendors that it takes to build a home. Unfortunately, these job-ready lots are not available here. Every week I search local land listings. We have not successfully found or been able to purchase finished lots that meet the criteria of being marketable or economically buildable in the past 3 years. Most of our business is conducted in other jurisdictions. We have consumer demand. We have neighbors hungry for work. We have local businesses desperate for economic recovery here in Tuolumne County. Our local home builders produce environmentally balanced green homes. Local jobs and investment in future growth is good. We need job-friendly public policy enforced and a general plan that supports community housing and the development of finished lots. On the right-hand side, I had mocked up a map that identified where building finals had occurred in our county, and you guys can arm wrestle to see whose district had more than the other, but I have that here that I'd like to distribute to you and open for any questions that you might have. Maybe I'll add, Mr. Simning had tapped on my shoulder, and he had a very good question just before I stood up here. He asked about financing. How does a builder in Tuolumne County get his financing? We're a smaller county. It's a little bit tougher to attract it. My response is there is little to no financing available for land acquisition. There is little to no financing. Bottom line is there's no financing available for development to develop the finished lots. There are opportunities for construction vertical financing, but the bankers, the financiers, they're looking to see if we have business, if we have ongoing business. It is a challenge here. The more we keep the momentum going, the more we identify that we have successful sales. The demand's there. We need to build to fill that demand, and that'll help that circle of life continue for us.
So on a $250,000 home, not that I picked it, Supervisor Handbell picked it, but on a $250,000 home, how much of that, and I know I'm asking for an on average, but how much of that is property cost, I mean just the land property cost, how much of it is raw materials, how much of it is labor, and how much of it is fees and other ancillary assessments that are in addition to just the pure construction cost? Can you kind of give us
excellent question, Mr. Rotifer. I'll also identify in the permit information that I'd given you that was in your packet, you'll notice that the 28 homes I identified as having building finals in 2015, the valuation put on the construction of those homes averaged $263,000 for the 28 homes that are identified on that map. Now, that's an average, high to low. That gives you a pretty good idea. That does not include the finished lot price. It does not include financing. It doesn't include hookup fees, water, sewer. And on that chart, it actually indicates the county building department fees. Mr. Koff, I believe, will be drilling in much deeper and much more qualified to answering your question as to breaking those out, and I'd probably prefer to let him speak to the rest of it.
Okay. In the packet, and it doesn't correspond to your numbers because you showed a lot of examples from outside, but I think it skips from, this is 11 or 12, but it's page 31 for the other supervisors. You show a development which looks very familiar to me because the county sold you the property. Morning Star.
Yes, sir.
How many houses there, and you contemplate? I mean, it says 250,000. You contemplate building houses there for 250 grand? That's an infill project.
Yes, sir. We absolutely.
City, not county.
It is a city, and I'll qualify that as we have not gone through a full application and entitlement process. Yield counts are an approximate 64 home units will be on that property. We absolutely intend on having homes there within and around the $250,000 target. That is a target market for us for the multi-generational and local workforce housing. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Any other questions of Mike?
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Hang out. We may have questions. Mr. Koff. Well, he's coming up. One of the things that I think I need to share with you is also triggered me thinking about all this was that RCRC annually puts out for the rural counties, a list of counties that decline in population. 15 of the 34, now we have 35 counties in RCRC, but 15 of the 34 lost population last year, as I recall, and 11 counties lost population 4 years in a row. One of them was Tuolumne County. They only went back 4 years. And another several lost population 3 out of the last 4. Rural counties are losing population generally. That there aren't places for our kids to stay here. There aren't jobs for them. How do we solve that? I just had to add that information for you. Mr. Koff. Whoops.
To the podium and ask it.
Beetle Barber from ACA, and I've read that too. That the last 4 years, does it say what the demographic is that we lost? Was it all young families?
It doesn't say, but there's a key thing that has come out and come to our attention that we, Tuolumne County at least, is an anomaly in the state. 'Cause something like, I think it's 41% of our population exceeds the age of 55.
Right, we have a lot of seniors.
And that is, I think, 2012 data, and that's probably increasing. So my guess, I'm just guessing, that it has to be on the lower end.
It dropped off on
We're an aging population in the county.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Koff.
Good afternoon. Ron Kopp with the Tuolumne County Business Council. Is what you've heard that we're looking at what is available out there from our current county from a real estate standpoint, and then what does it take to build a house, and what are all the rules and regulations? There it goes. Can you hear me now? All right. So you've heard on what it takes for all the rules and regulations. Doug did a very good job just going over what it takes for the home building side. That's after you've gotten through the entitlement and you have the finished lot. And as Mike's pointed out, if you're trying to get into a production mode to build that type of housing, you've got to have some of these infill subdivisions. And housing construction and home affordability is difficult in the foothills, but it's not unique to Tuolumne County or the state of California. This includes, all the factors that we have to deal with as you go forward, which are environmental, government regulation, fees, building costs, and the not in my backyard attitude is universal, across the country. In Tuolumne County, this is further complicated by our slow recovery from the market downturn, topography, infrastructure, job-based, tertiary market, our labor pool, and then ongoing litigation, which further complicates everything we have. In California, we have some of the most stringent, if not the most stringent, environmental and building requirements in the county. Comments from some groups when projects are trying to get permitted that the general plan and other regulations in the county are trying to reduce the requirements to the lowest possible state standards show a lack of understanding of how complicated and arduous the building permit process and the California CEQA process actually is. I would love to see some of these groups, step into Mike's shoes or do some of these projects and go buy one of these permitted projects and try and take it forward and show us how to do it. It's really not that easy. It's high risk. As a county, we say we want to encourage and promote a mix of housing that will meet our housing needs and an efficient use of the land. Our general plan is based on the Tuolumne Tomorrow Regional Blueprint planning process, which was the distinctive communities growth scenario. We went through a couple of years of getting a lot of input, trying to figure out how we're going to grow as a county. And what it was decided is we were going to do an efficient use of the land. We were going to put it close to core services wherever possible to provide water and sewer and put it on good roads. The county has increased the LDR designation, low-density residential designation, to enable more compact infill neighborhoods that take advantage of existing public infrastructure and services. Compact neighborhoods use our land more efficiently and preserve natural resources. New homes, as Mike pointed out, are more energy efficient and use significantly less water. Concepts that opposition groups tend to support in principle but often oppose in practice when we're trying to get these projects entitled. The general plan states that for infill development, we should have design guidelines that allow flexibility in development standards and allow reductions in processing time and expenses for infill and affordable housing projects. The reality is that the infill and the permitting process takes years. When you just look at Mike's recent project that he got approved, it took about eight to 9 months to go through the permitting process with the county, but in order to get to the point where he could even submit that project, it was about 1.5 to 2 years to put together all the analysis for that submittal to start that process. Yeah, and that project was already approved once, so this was the second time around. So what happened in some of the, quote-unquote boom years when we were kind of growing 4%, but right now we're growing much less than that, and we're barely, we're flat or barely, a few tenths of 1%. A lot of projects were entitled, and some of the conditions of approval just made them economically unviable. A lot of people would stand up and go, the builders are making too much money. They need to build more roads, or they need to provide more mitigation. And when you start adding up all of these costs, it doesn't make any sense. In your packet, what I've done is I've done an analysis that looks at, you take a 5-acre parcel, and you want to develop that with one home. What does that entail? And you want to develop it at 3 units to the acre. And the reason I picked 3 units to the acre, even though LDR allows you to build 6 units to the acre, is typically in this county, with the topography and the infrastructure and stream corridors and open space requirements and other things with it, what's considered a dense project is lucky to get 3 units to the acre. So that's what I was looking at with that. And I went through and I analyzed it, and I said, okay, what do you have from a land acquisition standpoint? What do you have from a study standpoint? What do you have from an entitlement standpoint to get to the point where you even get a tentative map? And where you'll hear some people say that's where we have these thousands of lots that are out there that are in an approved tentative map. Well, a Dry Creeks project in Jamestown has an approved tentative map. But before we can put the first house on that project, there's about $1.5 million worth of infrastructure to put a water tank, extend a sewer line, build some road improvements, do some grading, other mitigation that's on this site. So there is not just a little simple step to go from a tentative map to a finished lot. It's a very large step to get to some of those processes. To do these infill projects that we want to encourage as a county, you're also asking somebody, instead of coming out, pulling a building permit and building a house, they're having to go through all these studies in this entitlement process. So I looked at a range of costs because everybody will go, okay, how do you know exactly what that cost is going to be? So I used sort of a low to a high number. And what I did when I was looking at this was I talked to the builders and the developers. I talked to the engineers. I looked at the actual costs associated with a number of projects that were in Tuolumne County. And this is a working tool. So I encourage people to look at this financial analysis. Tell me if it's wrong. Tell me where there's some areas that we can improve it. But it's intended to be a working tool so that we have an understanding of what it takes to go through this type of process. But what it'll show you is to do that type of infill project to the point where you even get to a tentative map. Before you've designed your infrastructure, before you've put that infrastructure in the ground, you're going to have somewhere between $150,000 and $300,000 tied up in that, in addition to your land cost. And that's going to take you 2 to 3 years to go through that process. So what we're trying to encourage out here is we're asking somebody to take a tremendous amount of risk, spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to try and make this work, and then have people stand up here and go, you're making too much money, make sure you charge them more money and have more park impact fees and other things added onto these projects. Then we look behind us and we say, why aren't we getting these type of projects put in place? Why is it so difficult? Why is a guy like Mike Lemke not able to find these cohesive projects or these cohesive lots next to each other unless he's buying it, on the second or third go-round, which has gone bankrupt, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So it's much easier and quicker with less financial risk to build one house on a 5-acre lot. The summary is not intended to tell us that we should not be building on some of these 5-acre lots. Those lots are out there, and quite frankly, the 60-some-odd lots that we built last year or the homes we built last year were on those individual lots. It wasn't on these infill projects. So if we eliminate that type of building or do it, then we're eliminating the people that own these individual lots out there, and we're taking that small segment of the market where we do have a lot of our small builders and contractors that are building for the individual homeowners. But if we're trying to do more efficient infill type of development that's closer to core services, and a number of us, and I missed this meeting, but a number of you sat through meetings the other day talking about where we're going with traffic analysis and vehicle miles traveled, what the state is going to require for people going forward is they're going to want to see these infill type projects that are closer to core services, that have access to bus routes and other things with it, and they don't want these projects that are scattered and spread out all over the place. So we need to try and find some balance to try and figure out how to look at all these rules and regulations and what we're trying to put in place. Historically, opposition has encouraged inefficient neighborhood development by demanding reduced density and larger lots, which are less affordable. It used to be the old mantra that if somebody wanted to do 20 lots, somebody would stand up and go, you know, I can support that if you'll just do 10. All that ended up doing was we ended up with a larger lot, sprawl community that was more expensive for the homes that were being developed. The goal is to enable all housing to be more affordable and provide more housing options into the housing ladder that then allows for move up and move down buyers, because we have a lot of our retirees out there, and creates opportunities for entry-level and other housing buyers that want to sell. Many entry-level homes, as we heard, from 30 to 70 years old that are out there are fixer-uppers. And these can be the affordable houses. I mean, those what entry-level people can buy and fix up. My first two houses were pieces of junk that I moved into and fixed up, and that enabled me to get into this housing ladder. I was at the general plan presentation the other night, and somebody said the developer should be buying those older homes, fixing them up, and then putting them into the housing market. Well, once you do that, then they're not affordable homes anymore. So that is one segment of the market, but we do need to provide some of these infill projects to make work. As we talked about before, and Randy pointed out, it's been well documented that our county has had a very low growth and negative growth rate for quite a while now, and our demographic of those under 45 years of age is decreasing, and the demographic of the people over 45 years of age is increasing. That growth trend does not promote a healthy economy. So what are some of the things we can do with our general plan? It's like, okay, you've pointed out some of the issues. What are some of the things we can look at as we go forward with the general plan? It's not easy. You know, there's a lot of CEQA regulations and everything out there that your planning staff and everybody else have to put together to try and make this work. But some ideas and some things that have been alluded to are talking about flexible development standards. The general plan states we should have design guidelines that do this, and the increased acres of LDR allow that to happen. When you look at the LDR, though, right now, that allows you to build up to 6 units to the acre. When you look at the minimum lot size that we've dictated in our general plan for the LDR, it says 7,500 square feet. You multiply 6 times 7,500 square feet, you get more square feet than there are in an acre. So our general plan's not even allowing you mathematically to hit the density that we're putting in there unless you go for a PUD or a special use permit or other steps in the overall permitting process. So if we're looking at it, let's simplify it. Let's make it easier to make some of those things happen. So I think we should reduce the lot sizes and reduce the additional permitting steps that are tied in with that. We have an inclusion ordinance, which Randy was talking about, that hasn't worked in the past, and it isn't working now. The inclusionary ordinance, when you're looking at affordable housing, got its nexus and its start in California when people were trying to get a certain amount of homes, and San Francisco and other areas that were higher density said, if we give you a density bonus and we let you build some additional homes, let's just say you were going to build 20 homes and we let you build 26 on that, we give you a higher allowed density. Could you make 2 or 3 or 4 of those affordable because you're getting some of the additional profit from some of those other homes? And developers said, yes, we can make that work. Well, in Tuolumne County, where we've got an LDR designation, we're lucky to hit 3 units to the acre, not 6 units to the acre, and mathematically we can't hit it anyway, so giving somebody a density bonus for an inclusionary ordinance is a worthless incentive. Also, under the inclusionary ordinance, we have provided incentives that give people reduced lot widths, public utility easements on the side that you don't need for infrastructure, setback requirements. We've put all these incentives in the inclusionary ordinance, and all those incentives are what you need to even get the higher density of around 3 units to the acre. Then the benefit you get by using these incentives that you can put in place in order to hit that higher density is now you have to build some of these affordable houses, which cost a great deal of money and add more cost to the entry-level home that you're trying to do, which isn't affordable when you look at what the analysis is that we're charging people on this infill project to begin with. So right now, under the inclusionary ordinance, we were charging people $2,200 for the privilege of having some of these reduced standards per home to go forward. We've reduced that down to $500, but this December, that will sunset and go back up to $2,200. My recommendation is that we take those incentives, we put those in the LDR designation because you need them to be in that designation anyway, even to have any chance of achieving 3 to 4 to 5 units per acre in that designation. And we look at other options of what we can do from an inclusionary ordinance standpoint. There's a number of grants out there that are working with government financing. You look at Victory Builders that are rehabbing those apartments over in Tuolumne. They have 5 different funding sources that they had to go after to rehab those apartments over in Tuolumne, and they're still building at over $200 a square foot to try and make some of those things work. It's not easy to make affordable housing, and we shouldn't load it on these infill projects and add more cost to make it even less affordable or less viable for those projects to go forward. So again, I think we should look at putting those incentives in the LDR and look at what the costs are that we're putting with the inclusionary ordinance. Secondary homes. The state of California notes that secondary homes are an important source of affordable housing, which they are. We allow secondary homes in our county. We allow attached secondary homes in a lot of designations, but we don't allow detached secondary homes in a lot of areas. When you're in R1, we don't allow detached secondary homes. When our committee looked at the planning committee, when we were looking at the general plan, we recommended that we should look at putting detached secondary homes on R1 designations that would allow those to go on these smaller lots. Right now in the county, when you look at it, we have somewhere between 3 to 5% of the homes that have secondary homes, and these provide homes for your kids if they want to stay here, your mother-in-laws or whatever, but they're not cheap to build. We still charge them the same price per square foot that a normal home would be. We still charge them the same traffic mitigation fees. TUD still charges them the same hookup fees for doing that. I think we should look at how do we encourage people to do secondary homes, because that can be rental housing, that can be affordable housing as we go forward. When I've looked at other areas of what they're allowing on their secondary homes, we did increase the secondary home up to about 1,200 square feet. And a lot of other areas, they say if you're going to put that on a smaller lot, then you should build a smaller home. So maybe we do have to look at something where you're going back in the 600 to 850 square foot range on some of these smaller infill lots and make those work. But we already have floor area ratios, architectural guidelines, parking requirements, and everything else. And they're expensive to build anyway, so we're not going to get an overabundance of these secondary homes, but it's something that can help. County fees and timeframes for infill. Staff has correctly pointed out that it's reasonable to assume the county staff costs are higher for doing infill projects because there's a lot more work to study all the 2 years of studies that somebody like Mike Lemke has to do for his already approved project moving forward. The converse of that is it's a lot more expensive for the guy trying to do that project as well. So if we're trying to incentivize it, is there some way that we can make that work better and find some balance or middle ground with that? At the end of the day, if you're getting 15 to 19 lots on a 5-acre project versus one home, at the end of the day, the county, the schools, and everybody else are getting a lot more tax revenue for having that infill type of project rather than the one home. Traffic mitigation. When you do these type of infill projects, you always have more traffic. There's the trade-off with that as well. So when people pay their traffic mitigation fee, that's supposed to pay for your regional improvements. Unfortunately, oftentimes what we look at this is there's some substandard roads out there, there's turn lanes that we want or other things with it, or the frontage of your project might be on a minor or a major collector that's not quite improved to those standards right now. So what we've typically done is we've had those people pay the traffic mitigation fee for the infill project, but all your frontage has to also be improved and increased to a minor collector or a major collector, which some of those road standards are very expensive to go forward, which counts in some places a double or triple hit on your traffic mitigation fees that you're adding on to the infill projects, again, that we're trying to encourage. So it's a tough decision to try and make that work. The other thing is staff has a hard time coming up with all of these mitigation requirements that they want projects to go forward with and how you look at it. And a lot of times you don't hear about those mitigation requirements until it's gone through 2 years of this process. You don't have any time to talk about them. So sometimes with the builders, they want to have a chance to vet some of those requirements, look at what's reasonable. So maybe there's a way that there's some interim steps in that permitting process where somebody can say, time out, let's go talk to the board and say, do we really want to add all these turn lanes in from health safety? Is it a CEQA issue? Or are there some of the other things we can do and decide that as a board versus just a staff decision on that? From oak woodland and mitigation, that's been talked about quite a bit. But when you're looking at oak woodland mitigation, we have a state requirement that says you need to address oak woodlands, and that's correct. As it's written up currently in the general plan, before, as we got rid of the handbook and we're looking at current projects right now, we're taking the acres of the oak woodland that are impacted, the canopy of that oak woodland, we're multiplying it by some ag value that's for that, and that's covering the mitigation. When you look at it currently in the general plan, the way it's written up is it looks like everybody has to go back to the old Berg standpoint and go start counting stems of the oak tree, do an in-depth report, and then hope what they're going to present to a current board makes sense. So I think that there's some ways we can look at the oak woodland to go back and standardize what the analysis needs to be and then what the mitigation needs to be so it doesn't throw every project into a quagmire going forward with that. Also, the oak mitigation on a per acre basis is based on an ag value. And right now, that ag value is based on what an ag parcel of land is. It's 40 acres or less. Well, a 40-acre ag parcel or less tends to be a custom lot, so that value for that ag land tends to be significantly higher than if you took a blended ag rate. And I did do that analysis. And so I went through and I added up all the lots that sold for less than 40, that were less than 40 acres, and right now you're charging $6,200 an acre for that ag land. If you add all of the ag land together and you look at it, it comes out to closer to $1,700 an acre for that. One of the questions is, if you're going to buy some ag land, are you really going to buy that whole ag parcel, call it do not touch because that's part of our oak easement, or are you going to buy an easement on top of that where you tend to then pay half of the value of the ag land? So what do we really charge for what that ag mitigation needs to be on a reasonable standpoint? Property taxes. When somebody is going forward and they're looking at one of these projects, when they get their tentative map, we reassess their property taxes on January 1st. Or then they put in their infrastructure, we reassess their property taxes again. That's state law. When they build some models, their property taxes are again assessed, and they still haven't sold that first house when they're trying to make these projects work. So I know that you have state law where you have to look at that value, but when I was talking to Keenan, he says what he does is he takes their land value that they bought the land for and then adds the infrastructure cost of what they've just improved the property by. When you listen to that, it makes sense, but I guess the real question is, when you look at some of these failed projects out there, is the value of that property at that point really worth what the infrastructure is and the land cost? And when you look at what the sales price is at, it tends to be lower than that until you put some of those houses on it. So maybe we look at the methodology and it doesn't have to be as high as we're assessing some of these going forward, so we have some ways of saving some money looking at it. Permitting timeframes. That's another difficult thing of all the analysis that we look at, but when you look at a project like Mike's that was a 5-acre, 19-lot project and it takes over 2 years to go through that process on a pre-existing proof project, it's difficult. So I don't have all the answers for that, but that's one that we can put our heads together and see how we can move forward. Commercial and mixed use. Right now in our general plan, we encourage more mixed use on commercial land, or more commercial on mixed-use land. What we don't do is we don't encourage more residential on commercial land. And when you look at the state and when you look at what they're looking at with some of their funding and their grant funding program, they're trying to incorporate a lot more people on commercial type parcels. And in order to add that to just commercial land designations right now, we have to get a special use permit. You've got to change it to mixed use or something else. One of the things might be is, are there really parcels that just want to be straight commercial, or should we be changing a lot of our commercial to mixed use, or should we be allowing more residential on those type of commercial parcels? So that's something to think about. CEQA education. This is my last one from a suggestion at this point. I think there's a lot more that we can come up with. But from a CEQA education standpoint, when you have somebody presenting a project and I hear speaker after speaker stand up and say, well, I'm not sure they've analyzed it to the full extent of the law, you should just do a full EIR, it shows that they don't understand how the CEQA process was set up, of what a negative deck is. And if you have a negative declaration, you don't have a full impact on your project, so you don't have to do any additional mitigation. If you have a mitigated negative declaration on your project, you have some impacts, you mitigate them, and you move on. If you have mitigation that can't be taken care of and you have to adopt overriding considerations of the board, you typically have to do an EIR, or you have to do an EIR, or if you have a more arduous project that's big, you do an EIR. But what I hear so much is that everybody should just do an EIR, which adds a couple of years to the process and adds about $250,000. So if the intent is really just to slow it down, make it more expensive, then they've accomplished that. If somebody is really trying to understand did we do the environmental analysis to the level of what our California state law is, that tends to be the most arduous in the country, then maybe some of that education process might have some impact. I'm probably, dreaming, but it's always worth a try. So at the end of the day, if we work together, I'm sure we can come up with other viable options. Encouraging infill development is great, but additional change is needed. The construction industry that built many of the people's homes in this room used to be one of the largest employers for our kids that wanted to work with their hands and stay in this area. Our builders and developers are mostly small local businesses using small local contractors. Many of them are second and third generations in this county. New neighborhood development is almost non-existent, and having the first and often the second neighborhood builder go bankrupt is not good for the builders or this county. So I think we can do better if we work together. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. Before we open to questions, first I want to thank the team here for the immense amount of effort they put into giving this presentation. It's well worthwhile to go through this process, and it highlights why I think it ought to be on our work plan and why I think it ought to be a priority. One thing I don't think Kathy said, I can't remember when I talked to Kathy so much, I'm not sure whether she said it today or yesterday, but maybe if you come back up and you can answer this question for me. On the rental side, I think we were talking before, and I don't think you said this. When a rental comes on the market, how long is it there? A quality
Not very
rental?
long. There are five property managers in the county, and each of them told me they have waiting lists for rental properties. So once they become available, they have minimum of three qualified applicants for every rental that becomes available, and they have to choose who to take.
Thank you. The reason I wanted to say that is there's demand on both sides, yes. I believe, and it's serious demand. And I know Beetle got up here, and she's here. We were looking at another one and made a comment that about freeing up some of the other rentals when we were trying to approve a rental program. And so there's broad implications to this workforce housing, affordable housing issue, and we got to find a solution, in my opinion. Or we're going to continue on the doldrums, and nothing's going to happen. We'll continue to decline in population. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I thank you for your time, but I do think this needs to be on our priority list of things that needs to be addressed in this county, and it needs to be on our work plan. That's what I guess we decided earlier.
Okay. Any comments from the board?
Thanks.
Supervisor Brennan.
No, I think we had some discussion in the committee that we wanted some direction, though, from this board to actually ask staff to include this in the work plan for the Housing Policy Committee. And so I think that's what I'm looking for, because I think it is important and we need to do that.
Okay. I've got some comments. First of all, I think we need to recognize as a community, and I hope a lot of people are listening right now. I think we need to recognize as a community that one of the traditional assumptions of living in rural America really is no longer totally applicable in Tuolumne County. And that is that everybody ought to live on acreage with a single house, with a wonderful rural vistas and all of that stuff. The truth is we have two emerging demographics of people in this county that don't fit that model very well. And the first one is, we've mentioned it before, is our elderly population who are trying to downsize. They want perhaps home ownership. Maybe that's not important to them, but it may still be. But they want it on a manageable piece of real estate, have a manageable size home that they can live in without spending a lot of physical effort maintaining it and not spending a lot of money paying someone else to maintain it. That equates into high density, either rental or ownership property, be that a townhouse kind of complex or a small lot inside the city or something that's equivalent to that. Another one that is often lost in the dialogue, and we can thank the hospital as one entity that's adding to this, is the young, upwardly mobile professionals that are coming into the community. And these people don't really want, in many cases, ownership. That is a tremendous burden for someone that's in their 20s that's still trying to develop a career path for themselves, and they want the social and economic mobility to move out of the county if they get a better job offer. And they can't do that if their only choice is to own a home. And they don't really want to go home after 5 days of hard work during the week or shift work or whatever it is that they do and have to tend to 5 acres or 10 acres of property. They want to go home at the end of the day, change their clothes, and go out and socialize with their contemporaries. So they're looking for the same kind of property, but more focused into the rental property. We had a great rental project here not too long ago, and it got sued and settled and gone. But we need those kinds of properties in this county. I think there needs to also be a public recognition that the developer doesn't always have a choice of where he develops a project, okay? He owns a piece of property. He wants to do something with that property. And he's trying to fill a need that we have, a legitimate need in the county. The comment that, well, why doesn't he go build it over there? It doesn't work because he doesn't own the property over there, okay? And the person that owns the property over there doesn't want to develop it right now, but they don't want to sell it either. We've got to start coming together as a community. The other thing we need to do as a community, and I think, I'm sorry, Ron, I've known you for a long time and I love you to death, but I think you were a little Pollyannish. We got people out there that know exactly and full well what they're doing, and they're holding people hostage. They're holding good projects hostage. They're extorting money from developers through the use and abuse of CEQA. We've got to start calling a spade and call and refer to people for what they are. We need a community to come together that is dedicated to building the infrastructure that we need to support a growing economy. If we don't do that, we will never grow our economy, and 10 years from now, we'll have the same unemployment, the same underemployment, which is probably more important. Otherwise, what we really need to do is have a commitment that we are going to meet the housing needs of our population and bear the cost of doing that. I would like to see our county staff committed to developing a process. They're the experts in CEQA. They're the experts in building codes and laws and everything. I'd like to see them committed to developing a process that makes building workforce housing legitimate under the guidelines of CEQA, defensible in the courts, and affordable for the builders so that the builders can actually make enough profit to put food on their own table. Let's remember, builders are business people. They have to feed their families, okay? I'll stop now. I've kind of had my say, but this is a community issue, and if we don't solve it as a community, then we will not solve it. Thank you. Any other comments? Thank you, folks. Okay, will the clerk please read item number 28?
Mr. Chair, did you ask for public comment on that?
Oh, I'm sorry. Public comment? None. Oh, come on up. I knew it couldn't be that easy.
Well, just one thing that's really making it difficult and much more expensive is like Doug was saying, next January we're going to have a whole nother code cycle. The sprinklers, which are totally ridiculous. I mean, so I don't know if there's anything you guys can do on the state level or who's ever coming up with these ideas. I think Mike mentioned one time that we developed homes that were very efficient. And when did you say? Probably the last 10 years ago or so. The homes that we built 10 years ago are fairly efficient. I mean, we've come up with LED lights and stuff like that, and that's fine. They've quadrupled the price of lighting and stuff. But this net zero they're getting to is going to be, I mean, you can plan all you want, but if we can't afford to build them, I mean, nobody's going to be able to afford them. If this new code cycle, so sprinklers, anything you guys can do along those lines, that's really going to be the last nail in the coffin that's going to make it unbuildable, to build economical homes. So, thank you.
I think we can build all the economical homes we want, except they won't be economical. Okay. Okay. No other public comment? Okay, read item 28, please.
Reports.
Okay, reports. We'll start with you.
I have nothing to report, thank you.
County Council.
Nothing to report.
CAO.
So a couple quick things. Going to pass down the dice. This is your adopted pledge platform. I had a 30-minute slot to finish it. Also, I know the board has been interested in what we can do by way of some training opportunities for some of our up-and-coming leaders. It's the same thing. I just passed it down. Oh, there's a bunch for you. Oh, yeah. Anyway, I was part of a team that put together something called the Maximum Impact Series. John Maxwell was the leader of this leadership training program. Now we have someone's taken over for Mr. Maxwell, and that's Andy Stanley. And he's put together a leader cast. It's going to happen on May 6th. You'll have a program coming down with all the speakers that are involved in this. It's going to be very much like the Maximum Impact Series. One of the neat things, it'll be sponsored, held up at Sierra Bible Church just because it's parking, a lot of seating, all the audio video. But it's meant for leaders across the whole county, so you could have business, folks in business, nonprofit, government, and you get to rub shoulders with other leaders in the community while getting some really good value for your training dollar by having it here in Tuolumne County. So I wanted the board to be aware of that. I've shared this with the department heads, and other counterparts in education and business are doing the same kind of thing, just letting leaders know within their organization. And last thing, just let you know, on the juvenile facility, again, construction is going well. You can see it going vertical very clearly, now. We'll probably still be putting up the CMU walls for about another month to 6 weeks, 4 to 6 weeks. And then I'll get busy with everyone doing all the detail work, inside. I've been going through, monitoring all the contracts, the pricing. I've mentioned that, rock has consumed about $300,000 of our $400,000 allowance. If you remember, we had that $400,000 allowance. in that contract. Though the general contractor is very interested in offering some other opportunities for obtaining value engineering as he builds. So we're exploring that. I've been reviewing all of our contracts with other sub-consultants. The only area that we are experiencing a problem and that's RMA, our testing specialist. And guess what it's related to? Rock. There's additional costs that relate related to the rock, for the trench work, the footings, evaluating the lifts to make sure we had the proper compaction. It's not near the amount of the construction cost, but it is higher. Been meeting with all of those sub-consultants, including RMA, and they are coming up back with some alternative ways to get that under control. But ultimately, I will need to come back to your board, and I don't have a dollar figure yet, with some allowance for increase due to the rock problem. But that's the only one of the sub-consultants that we have that problem with, but it's related to the rock. But otherwise, construction goes smoothly out there. And again, just thanks to the whole project team for the good work that's going on.
Supervisor Handel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple of items. One is a week ago last Friday, with about 36 hours notice, I went to Vallejo to meet with Secretary Vilsack. He wanted an audience with local people. I was the only supervisor in the state invited to that. Jim Branham from Sierra Nevada Conservancy was there. Ken Pimlott was there from CAL FIRE. Stacy Heaton from RCRC. PG&E, Steve Brink from California Forest Association. A couple others, and someone from both Feinstein and Boxer's office there. And he talked about, two things of important note is he talked about the fire transfer issue, which was killed in the Senate. This is where they were going to start treating forest fire, catastrophic forest fire, like a hurricane or earthquake kind of thing. And that's been quashed for now. And he says for 7 years, when the forest fires exceed the budget. By the way, I think he said the number used to be like 9%, 1990s, and now it's 62% of the Forest Service budget goes to fighting forest fires. He says when they come and ask him to readjust budgets to provide the money, he's not going to do that. And I mean, I think that's a little playing chicken. He's trying to force the Congress to do something about the issue that continues to grow as a problem. When I got a chance to talk to him, I did make a comment about that. I said, when we have our forest fire in Mike County, I hope it comes early before you run out of money. But because I think this could be a serious problem. I don't know what will happen if he really does that. But he was talking about developing new products, wood products, to support the timber industry. And he mentioned several and things, and I pointed out to him that the United States is the number 2 importer of wood products in the world. We may even be number 1 with the Chinese economy falling off. I said in California we're over 70%, approaching 80% of wood products are imported in the state of California. I said, so there are markets there. I said we need to support the existing infrastructure, and we need to get the stakeholders together to build additional infrastructure to support the forest management necessary in the state. And here's what he said, and this is important. He said that he had, I think the number was $10 billion to support those kinds of entrepreneurial or investment in infrastructure. And he says, you got good ideas. He says, bring them to me. I'll support them. So I'm trying to, one more thing on my list, trying to see if I can't get RCRC to pick that up and lead that with Region 5 to do something. The other thing, things I need to tell you is that at the request of the Assembly Budget and Natural Resources Committee, I'll be testifying there on Monday, next Monday, on the subject of tree mortality and what Tuolumne County is doing on that subject and what we need. And so I'm working with Tracy and Mike Albrecht to try and get a presentation together to do that.
And then on Friday, I got an invitation from the forest supervisor to join a meeting in at McClellan on forest fire issues. Why me, I don't know, but she called and asked me to do that on Tuesday morning, so I'm going to try and do that. And then Tracy Riggs and Supervisor Brenner and I were also invited to another special meeting at McClellan next Friday, a week from Friday, on some forest issues relative to tree mortality. So Tuolumne County is being recognized and being asked for their input to these things. That's a good thing, I think.
Supervisor Gray.
No report.
Supervisor Royce.
No report.
Supervisor Brennan.
Yeah. On Tuesday, March 8th, the Agency on Aging is holding a public hearing. They are gathering information for their next area plan that will guide them from through 2016 through 2020. And so they are inviting all seniors 60 years and older to come and participate in this public hearing. Again, that's Tuesday, March 8th, 1:30 to 3 o'clock at the Area 12 Agency on Aging on 19074 Standard Road, Suite C. On February 15th, I was at Larry Cope's with 5 amazing young men, all engineering seniors at UC Merced working on the capstone project. I'm hoping, Supervisor Hanfeld, that some ingenious ideas are going to come from that working group, and we're going to be looking toward the future and some potential new uses for some of the biofuels out there. Very energetic.
Were impressive.
Very impressive group of young men. And while this is only a 3-month project, it is a starting point. And hopefully there will be a capstone 2 that follows capstone 1. February 25th, there will be a Vision Sonora meeting at 9 a.m. at City Hall. Thank you.
Okay, on my report, on February 4th, I spoke to the leadership of Tuolumne County. That's an incredible program. Really enjoyed that. On Saturday, the 6th, I attended Chief Barry Rudolph's retirement ceremony with Supervisor Hanvelt and Senator Berryhill. Incredible gentleman, has done a lot for the county and helped me get as smart as I can get on fire, which probably isn't all that bad or isn't all that good. On Sunday the 7th, I ate my way through Super Bowl Sunday, starting with the American Legion breakfast, the Super Bowl breakfast, and the VFW Super Bowl party and the Elk Super Bowl party on the 9th. Actually, one of the best things that I have to report was on the 9th. I went to Jamestown Elementary and toured their Science Academy, which is held at the old Chinese campus. What an incredible program. 31 kids with 2 teachers and a couple teaching assistants. Why anybody wouldn't want their kid in that program, I have no idea. I've been passing that around to other elementary schools. I happen to have an in with one of the school boards, mentioned it to her. On the 11th, I did attend the Jamestown Promotion Club, and on the 12th with Supervisor Hanvelt, I attended the Internal Affairs Committee and the Joint Committee of the International Affairs and Finance Committees for ATCA, and then the Board of Directors with ATCA over in Jackson. And then on the 13th, I had a town hall meeting from my constituents at the Farmery. And if you haven't been to the Farmery yet or lately, you got to go. That thing is a vibrant outfit there. And that's my report. Will the clerk please reread item C on our 11 o'clock closed session?
Closed session. Conference with labor negotiators Craig Pedro and Friend, Authority Government Code Section 54957.6, all bargaining units.
I assume that nothing has changed and we anticipate nothing to report. Public comment? Seeing none, we are recessed to closed session.